What's good, everybody? I just did a nice little 10-minute workout. And boy, let me tell you, there's a difference without the supplement. Okay? There's a different kind of burn that'll make you want to be like, But I'm not going to give up. I had a situation and I left my shake in the refrigerator at work. But it's cool because it's locked up. But I'll just bring my powder and make my usual lunch or whatever that I make. You know what I'm saying? All right, y'all. So anger is okay. Now, I'm not saying to be emotionally unintelligent, I'm not saying to be rageful, but anger is okay. And a lot of times, anger is the very thing that will fuel you in life. Anger is the very thing that will make it happen for you. Anger is the channeling you may need to use in order to manifest what it is that you may need to. Because it's all energetic channeling. That's all anger is. The only reason somebody's anger can make someone scared is because it's just an energetic channeling that they're doing, that they're making everyone believe is so. Now, anger is something that I realize is what causes people to be triggered when they listen to certain shows or podcasts or whatever have you for the name. Anger is the very thing that motivates people to talk about things the way they do and be what they are. And there's nothing wrong with it. But I will tell you this about anger. You need to know that when you have anger, other people will reflect that anger upon you. Other people will, you'll be wondering why someone is getting mad at you or have an attitude with you. You'll be wondering why somebody doesn't want to deal with you. You'll be wondering why someone is probably screaming at you and then now you have to fight them or now you have to scream back at them. That's all because of internal anger. All right? So then now you're going to say, well, if that's the reaction that people are going to give me, how is anger okay? It's okay to be angry because a lot of people are justified in their anger. I'm one of them. One thing I don't do is I don't project my anger onto people because I know how nasty I can get. And so a lot of people, they don't get it. You see, I learned in life, the biggest, buffest people, they don't fight unless absolutely necessary. Unless they are a complete, slow, retarded bully, they don't fight. They have an emotional intelligence and calmness to them beyond words. They have a patience beyond words. All right. Now, let's get into this word anger. Let's go into Miss ChatGTP. Let me see something. And ChatGTP, we're going to ask ChatGTP, what is anger? What is the etymology? And what exactly is anger? Well, we're going to ask ChatGTP this question. All right, hold on. Before we continue this. All right, I'm going to go ahead. That's the question. Make sure my layout is good. All right. Can you guys, I still got to see myself because I need to make sure I can talk. All right, let's go. Well, I can see the voice, the measures of my sound. That's what I need to see. Right. Mm-hmm. So we're going to get into this because I'm looking at it right now, and I'm not surprised that this is the etymology of this word. All right. Why is it typing so slow? Mm-hmm. You ready? Let's go.
Great question. Let's break it down in layers, starting with the etymology, then moving into the psychological and energetic nature of anger. Etymology of anger. The word anger has roots going way back. Old Norse, anger, meaning grief, sorrow, or trouble. Proto-Germanic, angas, linked to feelings of tightness, oppression, or distress. Proto-Indo-European root, meaning tight, painful, or constricted. So anger was originally connected to suffering, emotional pain, or a kind of internal pressure. The image it paints is someone being internally squeezed, not just flaring up, but hurting. This makes sense, right? Because before anger becomes an outburst, it often brews under pressure. Grief, betrayal, injustice, or frustration are the ingredients. What exactly is anger? 1. Emotionally, anger is a secondary emotion, meaning it often covers up primary emotions like hurt, fear, sadness, shame, rejection. Anger often emerges when a boundary has been crossed or when there's a perceived injustice, real or imagined. 2. Biologically, it activates the amygdala in the brain, our survival center. The body releases adrenaline and cortisol. Heart rate increases, blood pressure rises. It's preparing you to fight or flee. It's a natural response, part of our built in defense system. 3. Energetically, spiritually. In energy systems like Chinese medicine or chakra systems, anger is often associated with the liver in Chinese medicine, responsible for regulating the smooth flow of emotions. In chakra language, it relates to the solar plexus, personal power, and sometimes sacral chakra, emotions and desires. When repressed, anger becomes resentment. When expressed wisely, it becomes courage, power, and boundaries. Anger is a protective emotional response to pain, injustice, or threat, rooted in an ancient sense of internal constriction or suffering. When integrated, it becomes a powerful force for action, clarity, and boundary setting. Would you like me to connect this to how Black women in particular have been conditioned around anger? Or how to use anger as power instead of suppression?
Wow. So just know one thing. My chat GTP knows me. Okay. Okay. That's why I know y'all probably was like, how the hell she asked that? Yes. She knows me. Okay. So let's get back to the word. Because it knows that today's the show and this is the topic, just so you know. Um Anger, grief, sorrow, or trouble. Angus, feelings of tightness, suppression, or distress. What's the word? You got me tight, right? I'm real tight right now. You know what I'm saying? That's anger. Tight, painful, or constricted. So anger was originally connected to suffering, emotional pain, or a kind of internal pressure. The image it paints is someone being internally squeezed, not just flaring up, but hurting. Makes sense, right? Because before anger becomes an outburst, it often brews under pressure, grief, betrayal, injustice, or frustration are the ingredients. Let me tell you something. I remember that situation at work with that lady that poked me. All right. That situation with that lady that poked me. And I screamed like a motherfucker at her. And I remember when I made the comment, And one of the dudes who I do not like, one of the white Mexican dudes, he was like, he was translating to her. I said, tell her that shit in Spanish. Tell her that shit in Spanish. And I could feel that he got highly offended by what I said, like highly offended. And I didn't give a fuck. And when it happened where I screamed on her the way that I fucking did, because I really wanted, like literally, I could have kicked her in her face. I would have really lost my job. I would have kicked her in her face. Just because you were elder don't mean, just because, like I said, just because you live longer don't mean you get respect from me. All right? I say that all the time. And what happened is, when I expressed myself in that way, a lot of the Hispanics did not speak to me, did not fuck with me for a little while after that. That did something. You get what I'm saying? That level of anger did something. But you need to understand that that's how it's going to go. When you have melanin in your skin and you are activated by heat, or activated by the sun, you need to know that that energy will channel, and you're going to always win an argument, especially when it comes to screaming and yelling, especially if it's by a non-Black person. This is why they get the gun and they want to shoot you and they want to get violent towards you, because they can't match that energy. This is the facts. And I feel for people who are darker skinned, because y'all are the ones who got to fight more, because y'all get more attacks. I had a situation where I'll just say it was a little situation where usually I'm the type, I usually say something. You know what I'm saying? I usually get loud back. I mean, you see, that's the thing too. I'm so aware of my own temperament. I'm very aware of it. And I'm very aware of how nasty my mouth can be. And I'm very aware that when I get angry, how my body moves when it get angry. And so the way I move can be threatening. And it could be, you see, you have to understand yourself. Do you understand? When I say move can be threatening, I mean, I know how to, I'll stand up real quick. I'll react real quick. I'll say something real quick. I'll move real quick. I stand up. When you do stuff like that, that brings about a reaction. Why does that bring about a reaction? Because the energy that you are channeling, that angry energy that you have, what the fuck? The fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. That anger that you are channeling, can y'all still hear me? Is manifesting outwardly. I'm gonna roll further if my shit don't stop acting like an ass. But even if you can't see it and you can still hear me, can you still hear me? Oh. Yo, StreamYard. I'm starting to peep what StreamYard be doing now. If you don't pay All right, I'm back. Let's get back to it. Hold on, what the fuck is this shit? Okay, this is something new on StreamYard. This shit ain't even. Is this shit working? That shit crazy. All right, y'all. Let's get back to the word. Emotionally, anger is a secondary emotion, meaning it often covers up primary emotions like hurt, fear, sadness, shame, and rejection. Now that's interesting. Hurt, fear, sadness, shame, and rejection. So that goes to confirm Black women. When you walk into a space and you don't say hi and hello and you focus on what you need when you walk into that space and you're very quiet. These are the emotions that you bring about inside of people. Rejection and hurt. These people feelings be feeling some type of way. They be hurt because they've been rejected by you. Now it all makes sense. Anger often emerges when a boundary has been crossed or when there's a perceived injustice, real or imagined. Biologically, it activates the amygdala in the brain, our survival center. The body releases adrenaline and cortisol. Heart rate increases, blood pressure rises. It's preparing you to fight or flee. One thing about me is I can make people very angry. I can make people very angry by just talking like this. I can make people very angry by just the way that I talk in general. The way that I talk in general, people get offended by that. So just imagine how it is for me to yell and get aggressive and scream. Just imagine how it is for me to get rageful. There's a reason I don't like to get that way. I don't like my energy to feel like that. That's why I don't like getting like that. Okay, Bella, I'm coming. She's moving her bowl so I can hear the noise. But I actually like that she does that because she's telling me she wants some water. It's natural response, part of our built-in defense system. This is why when you're in the hood and it's about to be a fight, right? Or anywhere, really. But when you see somebody who's about to fight and they be so riled up, they be screaming and all this and that, that's an energetic channeling that they're doing. Somebody can energetically channel where you fucking think that they can kill everybody in the room. I'm not really for physical fighting. I'm really not. I think that nowadays you're taking a high chance if you think that you're going to get a physical fight with somebody. A physical fight. You're going to get something knocked across your head. You're going to get violated. It's going to be ugly. I would not suggest nobody fight. Okay? I'm just saying. There's literally, I'm gonna tell you something. I literally saw yesterday a woman ran a woman over with a car over a man. A woman got stabbed in the bathroom hospital in New York City. and I believe that bitch was talking shit. And a cab driver got shot in the face. A taxi driver got shot in the face in New York City. I'm trying to tell you people, physical fighting ain't it. You out here physically fighting and you're going to find a knife in your heart. I'm not trying to fearmonger you, but I'm trying to get you to understand the level of how it gets. And it's worse for someone who doesn't fight. A fighter's going to fight. But even even a true fighter may even hit you with something. Let me tell you something. Some people are stupid and you're going to be feeling like you're going to scream all day around them. Get the fuck away from people like that. Somebody has an energy that makes you want to scream at them. That means you need to get the fuck away from them. They got something about them. You got to also understand, as an angry person who's a calm person, people will be more susceptible to watch you, because if they take an action and they do something and you do not respond in a way that they're expecting you to respond, they're going to watch you more. Okay, they're going to watch you more. They're going to watch you more because they know inside of themselves, ain't no motherfucking way this person didn't respond to me acting like that. So you got to understand that as well too. People are more satisfied when they can see a reaction out of you than when you don't have no reaction. That's far more scary for people. I didn't want to believe that, but it's far more scary for people. All right, let's go. It's a part of our building defense system. Check that out. Energetically and spiritually, energy systems like Chinese medicine, a chakra system. Anger is often associated with the liver in Chinese medicine, responsible for regulating the smooth flow of emotions. In chakra language, it relates to the solar plexus, personal power, and sometimes sacral chakra, emotions and desire. See, why would anger sit in the solar plex and the sacral chakra? These are the power. This is the power chakra, as well as the creative chakra. There's a lot of people who create in anger, a lot of people who paint in anger, a lot of people write in anger. So there's a channeling that you can do in your anger. When repressed, anger becomes resentment. When expressed wisely, it becomes courage, power, and boundaries. Do y'all see that? When repressed, anger becomes resentment. When expressed wisely, it becomes courage, and power, and boundaries. I project anger. I projected energy when I walk outside. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want anybody talking to me. I don't care how your day is, and don't ask me how mine is going. This is my outside life, not work life. But even in my work life, I'm quiet and I don't like talking to people. Okay. A protective emotional response, TL and DR. What's that? A protective emotional response to pain, injustice, or threat, rooted in an ancient sense of internal constriction or suffering. When integrated, becomes a powerful force for action, clarity, and boundary setting. Okay, let's get to that. A protective emotional response to pain, injustice, or threat. Yes. Didn't I just say you're justified in your anger? Rooted in the ancient sense of internal constriction or suffering. When integrated, it becomes a powerful force for action, clarity, and boundary setting. See? That's what it comes into. So anger is okay, people. It is okay to be angry. It is okay to be mad. It is okay. And it's okay if you know what I'm saying, if somebody decide to take you there and you decide to bust them across their head with something. It's okay. I'm not inciting violence. I'm just saying defend yourself. It's okay. But I promise you this. A lot of motherfuckers are cowards. And that itself makes me upset. A lot of people are cowards. They tough talk on the phone. They tough talk online. They tough talk on their TikTok. They do a lot of tough talking. But they ain't shit at the end of the day. They don't know how to handle life without picking up a bottle of motherfucking liquor or rolling up some goddamn weed. They don't know how to handle life. They sit around and let shit happen and be a doormat in their own life. I fucking promise you that. But your anger should be channeled for you. Your anger should be channeled for what you're manifesting for yourself. Your anger should be channeled in a space of self-love. And your anger should not be harbored. That's another thing. Don't harbor your anger. Let it out. You can let it out through your energy. You don't have to say nothing. Your anger can just come the fuck out. Somebody make you upset. You at work. You look at that motherfucker and say, you real lucky right now. You gotta tell them you real lucky right now. Because you gotta understand that I always wondered, like, I just have come to the conclusion in my own personal life that people are cowards. You gotta know the level of where your anger sits. My anger is disrespectful. I'll throw a drink at you. I'll spit on you. I'll violate you. I'll say some more kind of fucked up shit to you to make you fight me more. My anger is nasty. My anger is very nasty. And you have to be aware of that. And you can't let people get you to that point. I'm not very likable. In the world of faces, I don't give a fuck about being liked. And I don't care to be liked. I don't think everything is about being fucking liked. It is what it is. I think life is leery. Unless you got a space where you want to be liked by people, then that's all that matters. But to be liked everywhere you go, at work and this and that, I don't want that fucking life. I'm good on that. Because there's a lot of people I don't like. A lot of people. It's not that I don't like them. I don't care for them. And it's the same old story. It's the same old story. I just bother people. My existence bothers people. I need to just put a shirt that says my existence just bothers people. You have to understand that. It don't even be you. I need you to understand. When I start not fucking with that manager, not looking at her, not talking to her, walking the other way, walking around her, but still doing my job, then she wants to come in my face. Why do people do this? Because they don't want people to see how fucked up they are. Those of you who listen to me that are the quiet, observing people, you have to understand the level of power that you have. You have to understand that you don't play the game like everybody else. When you don't fuck with somebody, you don't fuck with them. If you walking down the hall and they walking down the hall, you will turn around outside, go the opposite way for them to go away, for you to walk back down that hall. When you see them, you will walk around them. When they say hi to you, you won't say shit to them. Or you might just tell them, I don't fuck with you. Don't talk. I don't fuck with you. You might just tell them that. You got to understand the power that we hold. I had to start understanding this. Why did this person respond like that? Why did this person? No, because of the quietness, the silence, and the way that you move, and the way you don't put your business, people in your business. If you share stuff that ain't really, it's you, but it's not really you, shit like that. You have something about you that's more than what you're doing at this 9 to 5 or whatever position you're in. You have all this stuff. You have to understand that. You're not the one complaining as everybody else do. Unless it's with reason or logic. You have to understand that. You have to understand that when you were listening to anything of subjects like this, even if you're listening to someone like Exotical United, shout out to her. Your mindset, your lifestyle is going to be and move different than most people. The way you think is going to be and move different than most people. You need to understand that. You need to understand who you are, why you are the way that you are, so that you can understand and navigate life the way that you do. No one can know you better than you know you. And when it comes to life is going to do what it does. And how you manifest your life and whatever universal level that you're at or frequency that you're at, whatever changes that you make, the other people around you are going to make those changes too. So therefore, excuse me. Therefore, that means that there is people that you just won't have around no more. There is just going to be certain type of people that you don't vibe with them. I have people that when I tell you I don't fuck with them, I really, really don't fuck with them. Okay. And I never will fuck with them. Okay. And I don't have to blatantly show it, but it is what it is. I still know how to navigate in my life. In my personal world, it's kind of the same thing. But it's like one of the number one things that I want you to understand is your frequency, is your energy. When you are in spaces like this, or again, Exotical United, or anybody or any woman, even like a Black Obsidian or anybody like that, your frequency, your life, your mindset is not going to be the same. It's just not. You're not going to look at people the same. You're not going to see the same. You're not going to talk the same. The way that you communicate, the way that you see things, the way that you observe things is going to be very different. And so therefore, there's going to be people you're going to have to leave behind. You got to understand that if you come from a space like this and you are a divested Black woman, you're not going to be able to stand in a space like a DZ because you're too spiritual to be around like divested zealot, divested puppet, and people like that, and other hardcore divested channels. You can't be around divestment to that capacity because you are a spiritual being. Because you are intellectual being, a spiritually intelligent being, where you can see, wait a minute, this all doesn't click, and here's why. You're going to go into history. You're going to go into color, race, nationality. You're going to go into regional America. You're going to go into so much stuff to say, wait a minute, this is not all going to click. This is not all going to work in the way that y'all are all presenting it. There's something else here. Because that is the mentality that you have. When you walk out here in this life, even if you have a relationship, you stick around me long enough, you'll find a partner that works great for you, that works for you, okay, that you need and works for you. You need to understand too that when you do begin to go into life manifesting what works for you, or who works for you, or who's the best for you, people will be very jealous and envious of that. Let's look at jealousy. Okay, let's look at this. What is etymology of the word jealousy? Okay, and what exactly is jealousy? Because we're going to get into this. What is jealousy? Hold on, y'all. The word jealousy has an intense and layered past. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read this. No read for ChatGPT. Okay. Jealousy. Oh, that's funny. Jealousy. Zealous. Zelosos, meaning full of zeal, fervent, or possessive. Zealous meant zeal, fervor, emulation, even rivalry or envy. Rivalry or envy. That's interesting. So the original vibe of jealousy wasn't just about romantic suspicion. It was about passionate protectiveness, a fiery desire to hold on to what you think is yours, and sometimes even a competitive energy towards someone else's status, love, or power. So we know right here, this is the biggest one. Competitive energy towards someone's status, love, or power. It's strongly connected to zeal, envy, and possessiveness. The spiritual flavor of the word even shows up in ancient religious texts where God is described as a jealous God, meaning fiercely loyal, protective, and intolerant of rivals. Now that's deep. That's what it's supposed to mean, because I always had a problem with that, because I have a problem with the fucking word jealousy and jealous people. Jealousy is a complex emotion mix that usually includes fear of loss, insecurities, big one, possessiveness, envy, sometimes comparison. Comparison is the biggest one. It often comes up in a relationship, romantic, platonic, and even professional. When we fear someone else's might take what we value, or when we feel not good enough. A lot of times when someone is jealous of another person in the relationship, it's all a comparison thing. It's sometimes it's the fact that that person that they're with, they're jealous of the fact that they have maybe a friendship or a lifestyle or something that they do not have. So jealousy can stem from that too. There are people who are in relationships and they're very jealous of the person that they're with. It's deep, but it's true. It often comes up in relationship. Jealousy says, I'm afraid you'll love someone else more than me. I want what they have and I feel threatened by their shine. I need reassurance and I'm valued, chosen, or secure. I need reassurance and I'm valued, chosen, or secure. Let me tell you something about being in this small town here. People have a thing where they need to display where they're from, right? And you be like, oh, okay. And you look at them and you look at their style and because you hear them talk with an accent or say something. And then you look and you go, yeah, when the last time you was there in Jersey or I don't know, California, wherever the fuck. And they be like, oh, I was there when I was 5-6 years old. And it's like, bro, you're not from there. You're not from there. Okay. And so then it goes into when someone is from the place they say they're from, when someone is authentically who they are, when someone is authentically from this space or live the life that they claim that they live, if they can't be up under this person and up under their ass, they get jealous and envious of the person who really lives that life. I learned this by being out here. People can be offended and jealous of the fact that you could be a black or woman of color and a person of color and you're very intelligent and you have style and you have confidence and you walk into a room and you don't say nothing to nobody because you do not care. They can be very jealous of that. And I tell you this because this is the energy I feel when I'm here. When I go to like Raleigh, when I go to Charlotte, when I go to fucking Durham or any of them places like that, I do not feel that fucking energy. But here's what I have learned, because that's the places I go. But here's what I've learned the most. Jealousy is often anywhere. Okay. Don't think because somebody has a lot of money, they can't be jealous. But jealousy is anywhere. And a lot of you who listen to my show, you probably got a lot of people jealous of you if you pay attention enough. Biologically, the brain lights up in areas tied to social pain, same as when we feel excluded. It triggers the fight flight system, often releases cortisol, adrenaline, and street hormones. There are people out here that as soon as they walk in the goddamn room or any space, everybody calls out their name and waves and says hi to them. And so therefore their ego is being filled. And someone like me, I don't really give no energy. That can cause jealousy. You have to understand that it's not for you to care, but it is for you to care about your spiritual protection. All right, moving on. The brain lights up in areas tied to social pain. So when somebody is feeling excluded, that's a social pain. So this goes back into the thing where I tell black women to be mean. This is why I tell black women you don't gotta say a goddamn thing to nobody. You don't have to entertain a motherfucking the fucking old white lady that walks through the door and that smiles in your face. You don't have to entertain any of that shit. This is interesting. This is what it can cause for people. This is what triggers people. So the cortisol, adrenaline, and the stress hormones begin to be released by people. That's interesting. Energetically and spiritually. Jealousy is tied to the heart chakra. Very interesting. Love, trust, connection, and solar plex, self-worth, personal power. Because the solar plex is the middle of the chakras. Imbalanced jealousy often reveals a weak sense of inner security or scarcity mindset, believing love, attention, or success is limited. See, it's a belief that is limited. See, you have to be able, because jealousy comes from this too. You have to be able to have the capacity to understand that you can have it too, right? But you have to ask yourself, why do you need to have it like this said person over here? Why do you need to have it that way? And this is why this all falls into a level of intelligence. I feel like this. When it comes to jealousy and envy, I always think of it as someone who is not really themselves, someone who has deep-rooted insecurities, someone who they need to be the only one in the center of attention. And also it is environmental as well. I told you the people in this town are very deeply insecure people. Okay? Very deeply insecure. You can see from the way that they look, from the way that they dress, from the conversations that they have. It's really pathetic and sad. And the men are too. It's both ways. They all are very deeply insecure people. You have to have the intelligence to get up and say, I want to change my body because I don't want to look like this no more. You have to have the intelligence and say, I don't want this no more, or I want things differently. You have to have that. You have to have the intelligence to make choices that work best for you. And you have to have the intelligence to be self-reflective as well. A lot of people, they don't understand why relationships fall apart in their lives. There's people who don't understand why things don't seem to go in the way that they truly want it to go. You get what I'm saying? People don't understand or see the pattern of what they attract in their life. And there are people where you tell them, Steaming can, the SW and how that affects you and how you need to stop having sex for a while and just focus on yourself and get away from that energy, get away from the adult films. And you can teach them and you can tell them, like, hey, this is the steps that I took and this is what got my life here. And they still will not have the capacity to do it. Here we go. Jealousy is a protective emotional signal rooted in fear of loss, comparison, and insecurity, originating from the ancient roots meaning zeal, passion, and possessive love. When faced with compassion, jealousy becomes a powerful invitation to upgrade your self-worth and reclaim what you think you lack. People get jealous over the most simplest shit, and you need to know that women, and this is just the facts. SW'd women who fuck males, especially the black ones, are going to naturally have jealous tendencies. Black males are very, very envious and jealous motherfuckers. I don't know what it is. I do not know why. And the darker they are, the worse. They are jealous, envious motherfuckers. They are jealous of everything and everyone in this motherfucking world. They are born with that jealousy. They have the biggest jealous spirit. So you need to understand that when you're dealing with a black woman who still deals with black males, this is what you're going to get. She's going to be jealous. And she's going to do things out of her jealousy. And it don't have nothing to do with you. It's just that energy. But see, she attracted someone like that. So that tells you about who the fuck she is, because she attracted someone like that. Another thing. How do you navigate around people who are jealous of you? I say search your protection up besides that. But how do you navigate around people who are jealous of you? Well, the way you navigate around people who are jealous of you, you have to first look at why you're in an environment like that, but it's not even that serious or deep. I'm trying to tell you what it is. And it's going to sound very stupid, but I need you to understand what it is. When you are a beautiful person and you know for sure that you are beautiful, and in this case, we are talking to women here, people have a possession of what they think beauty is. Okay, it sounds strange, but hear me out. People have a possession of what they think beauty should be. Meaning your beauty should dress like this or look like this, or if I had this here, I'll do this, and if I had that, I'll do this and this and that. People are very possessive of what is the features in your body that make you who you are. Now, that's just the beginning of it. It could be the way you walk. It could be the way that you talk. It could just be your entire existence bothers people. It also is the fact that you're brave enough to do things differently or more smart than other people that can create jealousy. Some people are just so simply insecure that they want the attention of beautiful people. That's another thing. People like attention from beautiful people. It's the strangest thing. And when they don't get that attention, they feel some type of way about it. When you're not impressed by people's flattery, they feel some type of way about it. See, when I thought about the coven, right, I bothered the leader, the high priestess. I bothered her. I said something to offend her. Okay, it hit me later. I did something that was offensive to her, but also my presence and my energy bothered her. And the fact that I pulled up at the event bothered her. You see what I'm saying? And of course, other things. And the thing about that is you have to understand as a Black woman or woman of color that when you don't fall into people's internal racism, as I've called it, stereotypes of you, they have a problem with that. See, I had to learn that too. See, I remember I used to go into this one what was it, beauty shop. It was owned by Asians and Jamaicans. And I noticed that they would giggle and laugh and say slick shit when I would come through the door. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's how y'all motherfuckers want to play it. So when I came through the door, I came with a different energy. I came with a more serious energy. And when I came with a more serious energy and was direct about what I needed and what I want, that laughing and giggling didn't happen no more. Understand, like, you can't control what people talk about you, whoever. The people can say what the fuck they want to say about you. People always talking shit. That's life. But my thing is, you need to understand why people do this type of shit. Some people just ain't shit. Some people just ain't shit when they come together with their friends. I've been there, and just talk shit about everybody and all kind of shit. But that's life. But understand that you can go watch a whole bunch of things about how people try to humble pretty women and all this kind of shit like that, because that shit is very true. I have noticed that when I wear makeup, other people around me wear makeup. I even noticed that when I wear makeup, how even the males, the non-Black males, the Hispanic males more so respond to me because of the way I wear my makeup. And the way that I respond when I come into a room. That all is like, it's like you come into a space and you don't give a fuck, because I'm from the city. This is how we is. You don't give a fuck about who's in there. All you give a fuck about is who's out of my way so I can get to what I need to get to, do what I need to do, and move the fuck on with my life. That's all you care about. But that's not what they see. What they see is someone who's Black or a person of color that they're going to expect to walk into the room and smile and say hi and make some kind of lame ass conversation or laugh and giggle about something shit that's not even funny. That's what they're expecting. And when you're not giving people what they expect, they feel some type of way. I had a manager that know damn well I wasn't who I was. And I was like, yeah, that's my neighbor. And I kept it moving. I'm not her. Fuck you. Like, and the thing is, because I'm at work, it comes off a little bit more like, oh, neighbor. Now, if I wasn't at work, they would have got, I'm not her. You just want to be in my face. And that right there can make people feel some type of way. Nobody likes them to be called. They don't like their energy to be called out. They don't like that. Okay? They don't like that. Now I know this seems exhausting. It's like, God damn. No, it is. And that's the problem that happened with the best friend. She felt ugly. I tried to help her. I did. And just because the husband tell her that she looked good that day, she stopped dressing up. And if she ever listened to me, she know that's what you did. You stopped dressing up. You didn't have the confidence in yourself. So then what happened? She started to attack me. The very thing I talked about 2 or 3 years ago. I started to get attacked. I started getting the nasty comments and all this slick shit. And I got exhausted and I walked away. That's going to happen. All of these things. You have people, their self-esteem is in the goddamn sewer, baby. In the sewer. I can't even say in the dirt. I have to say in that nasty ass sewer. That's how low their self-esteem is. You got people who are very pretty people, very beautiful people, but they don't know how to be. You understand me? You got people out here who, how do I say this? Oh, I needed that stretch. People out here who, how can I word this? They really don't know themselves. They really don't see life or what's reflected in their life. They really couldn't tell you why they attracted who they attracted in their life. They really don't know why things happen in their life the way that it did. They don't know. They don't pay attention to that capacity. They don't read books. They couldn't list books off the top of their head if you asked them. What books are you reading? What books are you reading? They couldn't tell you off the top of their head. Some people will have an attitude and tell you, no, they don't read books. This is the world, people, that we live in. These are the people that are in this world. The people online, social media is the best thing ever because social media shows you how deep people hate for you goes, how wicked people get, how much anger people have, how much of what they feel, and they just get on the camera and just talk about it and get it all out. This is what social media is showing you. Do you know that lady? I said she's jealous. That's why she didn't cash my do my money order for me. Because she can't pay her rent. She's struggling with her rent. Do you know that same place, they don't even do the damn Western Union? They be like, the machines is down bullshit. It's like I'm saying to myself, how the machines down when y'all don't never even go over there? It's that type shit. Because you got to understand that it's okay to be angry. It's okay if you are a bitch. It's okay if you got an attitude, a silent attitude. It's okay. You come to do business somewhere. You come to do business. You come to work. You come to go to work. All that other shit, it really don't matter. None whatsoever. Oh, that's what happened. I should have took this. None whatsoever. Listen, people. You need to understand that by having, for all the Black women and all the people that having melanin in your skin, right, or being a melanated being, it goes back to what I said to you about the energy that you carry. When you get angry, it is felt. Okay? When you got something to say, whether it's calm or whatever, it is felt. When you walk in a room, it is felt. The way you have confidence in yourself, it is felt. Okay? Don't ever doubt that. Don't ever doubt that. So therefore, when you understand how felt it is, you will understand how to navigate in that energy. See, a lot of divestors are telling you out here, Black women, this is not the time to be doing this. Black women, this is not the time to be acting like this and that. Black women, you need to be careful. I say go mean and go silent. I say go to places that you are not welcome. If you get the energy you're not welcome, leave. They just lost a customer. It ain't that deep. I say get mean. I say motherfucking you don't give a fuck who's talking to you and parlaying and shit and smiling in your face. You don't give a fuck. That's what I say. It works for me. I ain't gonna hold you. That shit works heavenly for me. I say to Black and women of color, like, yo, don't give a fuck. Play your part in the work world, but really, 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 really do not give a fuck. I don't sit with nobody at work. And I have never did. And when I sit in the lunchroom, I was trying to find a spot in the corner, but I couldn't find one because I sit by the stuff, the coffee table and stuff. That's going. And then so now I have my bro that's with me, so I sit with him. But other than that, I ain't sit with nobody. I was kind of shocked to see my brother sit with me. I didn't think my brother was going to sit with me. I thought he was going to sit with other people. But he sat with me. And I don't sit with people at work. And trust me and believe me, people pay attention to that shit. I'm gonna put some of this creatine in my water, though. People pay attention to that shit. I ain't even think about that. I've been doing that for years, bro. I ain't never sat with nobody at work. Who the fuck does that? I ain't never sat down and had lunch with coworkers in my life. Word. That's how I am. And you need to know that that's going to bother people. But you gotta know you bother people anyway. Your beauty bothers people. Your presence bothers people. The way you talk bothers people. The fact that you have independence bothers people. The fact that you are who you are bothers people. The fact that you choose to live your life the way that you do bothers people. You need to know that. The fact that you're authentically who you are and you authentically live the life you say you do and you authentically are from where you say you're from can bother people. It's that simple. Bothers people. Another thing that I want to say. I think that, how do I say this shit? Trying to find what in the hell is this? Oh. I think that I saw some shit and I was like, what is this? I think that a lot of times in life, right, we're told this word common courtesy, right? But as intuitive beings, we understand people's mind trickery, games, manipulations, and all of that stuff, right? So it's not about common courtesy, it's about hierarchy and caste. Correct? So when you have this space that you go into, and this Becky feels some type of way, or I don't know, anybody of a non-black, I don't know, Maria or some fucking body feels some type of way. You come into that space, you can feel the energy, you can read the room of that space. So if you gotta go get what you need to go get, and someone says something to you, your natural reaction is going to say something slick back to them. I've had a situation where the person was like, I need to see your ID, this, that, and the third. And it was like, you ain't going to do nothing but be shocked when you see how old I am. You ain't going to do nothing but you ain't going to do nothing but get mad when you find out how old I am. Why did I respond like that? Because of what the fuck she did. She was out of line. I know she was doing her job, but she was out of line. She had to run outside and do all that. That was retarded. And then once you see how old I am, it's like, oh, what you don't even look about 30 years old. I know. So that's the thing about that common courtesy business. So when you're an energetic being and you're reading the room, it ain't gonna happen like that. It's common attitude business. That's what the fuck it is. It ain't nothing but attitude when you get through that motherfucker. And there's nothing wrong with that. I want y'all to understand that anger is okay. You can say what you gotta say to somebody without raising your voice. You can say what you gotta say without even getting mad about it. Just say what you gotta say, project the energy, and keep it moving. Me and that bestie, there was a reason I never went there with her. I literally just never went there. I was just like, nope, not doing it. I feel like that's what they want. Their self-esteem is so low. They at such a low place in their life right now. That's what they want. They want me to just say something so fucked up to them right now, which is so fucking sad. And that is something that I had to come to self-realization with. You have to be careful who you offend. You have people that they want you to offend them to justify the bullshit that they want to do to you. But when you don't give them energy, even when you are angry and you walking through and you on your, you know what I'm saying, you on your main character energy shit, even if you offend them, you did not offend them. You get what I'm saying? You have to publicly offend them for them to be like, yeah, this motherfucker offended me. And now I'm justified in this bullshit I'm about to do next to them. That's how you have to offend them. They want you to publicly yell. They want you to publicly argue. They want you to publicly disrespect. They want to have this public thing with you so it can give them reason. But when you're silent and you're walking around them and you're not fucking with them, and you might say one little slick comment like, you real lucky. Well, I don't fuck with you. Or whatever else. That's not giving them reason. There are people who are catalysts of self-disrespect, of disrespect. There are people who are catalysts to be disrespected. They want you. They want that. They're glutton for punishment. They want to be disrespected by you. They want problems with you just so they can publicly look like the victim. Some people are very narcissistic that way. But when you do what you do and the things that I'm teaching you, it can't happen. All they can do is scribble up their face and just be mad. Because I promise you, if you get physical with them, you're going to disrespect them to the max. You're going to humiliate them to the max because that's what they want. You gotta understand, Street Dreams is one of the realest street songs because it says some of them want to use you, some of them want to be abused, some of them want to be abused by you. Okay? And trust me, some of them, most of them want to be abused by you. Take it from me. Most of them wants to be abused by you. Another thing, my love, being humble is not being stupid and not being weak. It's about being strategic. Everything does not solidify a response. Some things you do have to respond. You don't have to react, but you can definitely respond. That's intelligence. That's maturity. You gotta understand. Yeah. Excuse me. People out here right now can't survive. They don't know what to do with themselves. You know? They don't know what to do with themselves. People out here don't have the capacity to understand even who they voted for and how they voted against themselves. This is the world we in. We have people who voted for this man and did not realize what they was voting for. People who voted for this man and laughing at people as if in the next 4 years that like as if something can happen to this man. As if they don't realize what kind of country they are in. People want to believe that they have hurt you. People want to believe that this shit got you bothered and ruffled in the feathers. Your feathers ruffled up. And this is why people, I have not, as long as I have been online, I have never seen this many Caucasoids or Caucasians talk to Black people. Like I have, as long as I've been online, I have not seen this. And as long as I've been on TikTok, sitting back in my chair because I see that Bucker is cooking today. I ain't even making nothing but salmon. I'm making a high protein meal. Salmon with some naan bread with some peanut butter on it. Yep. I'm making a very simple meal. So understand that all of a sudden, all these Caucasians are like just talking to Black people and telling Black people all this stuff as if Black people did not know this already. As if Black people did not know that these are how Caucasians or non-Black people are. That was the crazy part for me. And what's being more interesting is like the response that they're getting, I know is shocking to them. And this is the level of intelligence you have to know what's around you. This is the caste system that's being played on a consistent basis. Even with the Black immigrants, they play the same caste system. Coming from New York City, I'm telling you this. And this situation is a major wake-up call for the Black immigrant as well as the Hispanic and goddamn Latino immigrant. It's a huge wake-up call. And you have to understand that people are responding to that. I was out the other day at a sports shop and I saw these guys walking out. And usually hear people speak and stuff like that, but I didn't really care for them. And I can sense that people can sense that energy from you. Okay? Like people will even it's wild, bro. It's wild. And this is no different. I've been no different since I've been in New York City. It's just that I spoke more like in my neighborhood, which to me makes sense, you know what I'm saying? In my neighborhood, I more likely was like, what up, everybody? Good morning, great day. You know what I mean? Like my neighborhood, you know? But other than that, when it comes to other people, no. It wasn't like that. And then there were some people on the beach that I may have spoke to. There was other people I may have spoken to, but it was never the capacity. But most of the time, I didn't talk to people that was not in my neighborhood or just in my hood, period. So I noticed that this energy that I feel in my stomach, right, and going to this jealousy and anger thing, it all now makes sense energetically. What I'm feeling is that people feel some type of way when you walk into a space and you don't say hi or hello. People feel some type of way when you walk into a space and you give main character energy. Hold on, y'all. People feel some type of way. I had to heat up my naan bread. I wanted to just kind of heat up. I'm gonna let the fish cook up though. People, I'm not even gonna bother eating nothing while I'm here with y'all. I'll do that in a minute. People feel some type of way. That shouldn't be over there. When you are in your power, when you are being your absolute 100% self, people feel some type of way about it. People feel some type of way. When you have the answer to something, people feel some type of way. But what is the key in all of this thing that I'm teaching you? You be around people as yourself. You be around people as yourself. You live your life on the frequency of what you need it to be. You live your life on the frequency of manifesting what you need to manifest. That's the answer to all of this. Nobody else matters. When you go to work, you go to work, you do your work, you don't care. I mean, I was bitching because the uniform was like, these pants don't make no fucking sense. You know, we shouldn't have to wear these pants. It's like, these pants should be better, and this, that, and the third. I said that to myself. But then I got over it and I realized I just got to get adjusted to the new pants, the new whatever. I just got to get adjusted to it. And that's just what I'm doing. I go to work, I make my money, I go. And then on top of that, it goes into another thing, people. Life will not be the same when you read books, when you listen to certain type of shows and podcasts, because all of these things begin to shift and change your frequency. When you begin to shape your mind, you're shifting your frequency. And therefore, there are people who cannot be on that. They're not going to be able to ride that frequency with you. They're not going to be there. You have people that believe that what they're saying, they know what they're talking about, and they really don't. And maybe for them, they do. You have the capacity to see people before other people can see. You can sit there and be like, I wouldn't fuck with her. She the type to date behind you or fuck who you with. And that's what you say in your head. And then next thing you know, the person telling you, oh yeah, she's dating my baby father. She's dating my ex. And you felt that. Either you said it out loud or you didn't, but you felt that. You have to know that you begin to have a better eye of discerning people. You have a better eye at realizing, okay, I hear all the gossip about this person at work. This person is trouble. So I don't want to be around this trouble. So when I see this person, I walk the other way and I don't care to talk to them. Because you know that they're trouble. Because you've heard everything you heard about them. And you felt it already. You already knew about it. But then it got confirmed to you through the words of someone else. And you like, nah, you trouble. I don't do trouble. You trouble too. I don't do trouble. But I'm going to keep it professional and do my job. And if I find myself getting pissed off in this moment with you, I'm going to calm myself down. You have the capacity to do that. You have the capacity to see and feel. Are you okay? Have you been okay? Like today, I'm going to ask my neighbor, are you okay? You were pretty quiet yesterday. I mean, I know I'm quiet, but like, are you okay? Just check in. Because you know something's not right. Now, you nosy motherfuckers might go shuffle your cards inside and see what the hell going on in that person's life. I wouldn't suggest you do that, but do what you want to do, right? You grown. All right, so another thing. What is this one? All right, doing dishes, y'all. For your headphone users. Why is this one not hot? Yeah. Another thing, people, to take note of. Some people just don't go that deep, you know. That's another thing. Some people, I gotta get these clothes. Some people, they just don't go that deep, baby. You may think they go deep. You may think deeply like that, but baby, they don't go that deep. Okay. Let me be the one to break it to you very gently. They don't go that deep, baby. They don't have the capacity to even understand what it is to go that deep or to have any kind of depth at all. They really do not have it. Okay? I need you to understand that, baby love. I need you to also understand that it's not about them. And I'll get into my example of what I'm talking about here. So, oh my goodness, y'all know what I forgot? I so forgot that I had fucking shrimp. I so forgot that I had shrimp. Oh my goodness. I need to heat that up right now. They gave me like a whole big thing of shrimp, y'all. I don't think y'all understand like how happy I am that Babe bought me this thing of shrimp. And I gotta clean out this refrigerator too. I'll be doing that before I go to work today. Not recognizing capacity can cost us years in our lives. Facts. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. For those who's listening, what she's saying is, if you laugh, oh yeah, I got some strength. She's talking about the capacity to self-reflect and having the capacity to see what others don't. Hold on, y'all. I gotta give my cat some water, okay? So y'all gonna hear more sounds. So headphone users, turn yourself down, giving you full warning. Giving you warning. About to turn on some water. I think the sound of water is so goddamn soothing. Okay. Give me a second. I gotta go feed my cat. All right, y'all. Hold on. And I gotta go get her some food. So y'all can go ahead and make comments and ask questions while I do this. Be right back. One second, y'all. All right, I'm back. Let that shrimp cook up now. Uh-oh. Long time, y'all. I made today a day that I did a little 10-minute workout because the thing is, I did the 10-minute workout and I didn't go too much harder because I didn't have my supplements to drink, which I'm going to drink up while I'm at work. I'm going to make up for that workout tomorrow because I do hours. So I try to knock out at least 2 to 3 hours. You said can't, people don't understand can't literally means can't. Right. I'm trying to get like 2 hours in of a workout. You know what I'm saying? And I did 10 minutes because I'm working what my body can do. You get me? And so I cannot like work out without my supplements, my creatine, my protein powder. It's pretty painful. And I'm not trying to be in pain. So it told me why I see why people who, you know, if you really want that good muscle burning workout, you have to drink that protein. You know what I'm saying? You have to take that creatine, which helps build the muscle. Creatine is my favorite muscle supplement. So you have to take that stuff. Good question. Good, man. That's such an excellent question. No, I was not always accepting of my anger. It happened in therapy. Hold on. It happened in therapy. It happened. No. It happened when I was 28 years old. Okay. Shrimp has 20 grams of protein. It's more than 20 grams of protein. Micronutrients per 100 grams. Shrimps are more protein dense since they offer a high amount of protein for only 106 calories. Damn. Okay. All right, let me get to you. Excuse me. So, no, I did not accept it. I was talking to the psychiatrist. No, it started. I was 28 years old, and I was very, very, very fucking angry. I didn't know why. I was just so fucking angry. And this was during my Saturn return. And I just did not understand why I was so angry. Okay? On Apple Podcasts. For real. This was golden. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. And I went into therapy in my mid-30s because I had my midlife crisis in my mid-30s. So around that time, that's when I started going to therapy for real. And I was talking to the psychiatrist, and she was like, I said, I'm so angry and I don't know why. And she said, you don't know why you're angry? I'll never forget it. She said, you don't know why you're angry? And that hit me like it slapped me. It just slapped me like, damn, it made me think. And then as time went on in my life, I literally just had this conversation maybe a week ago with my partner. And I was telling her, I said, you know, it's not so much that I'm mean, because she always tells me how mean I am, everybody. She has to let me know how mean I am. But she likes it. Because I'm not, you know, she likes it. She's an Aries. Of course she would like it. And I began to talk to her about my life. And I was like, that shit makes me angry. That shit makes me mean. And she nodded her head and she was like, I understand. And so what happened is, as life went on, like now, I accept that I'm mean, and I accept that I have a lot of anger. The only time my anger exploded was on that bitch, the old fucking Mexican bitch that poked me at work. Yeah, it's a whole story with that, the girl. You ain't been around in a while. That bitch poked me, and I lost my motherfucking mind. Best you believe me, I lost my motherfucking mind. Okay? That motherfucking bitch. Man. When thinking about it makes me angry. Yeah. And when I exploded, and it hit me later, what I do appreciate is one of my managers spoke up for me. She went back there and she spoke up for me. Like she ran back there and spoke up. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I was on her line. Girl, I'm about to lay hands on that bitch. Old lady too. She called herself. She was talking shit back, but she called herself real fucking quick. Okay? I ain't got time for that bullshit. And the way I exploded, yeah, in her language. And I told one of the motherfuckers I don't like, because I offended him too. I said, tell her to keep her motherfucking hands to herself. Translate that shit in motherfucking Spanish. And whatever else the fuck I said. But I was loud and I was angry. I was angry, bro. Bro, it's just like the principle of a thing, bro. And after that, a lot of them Hispanics, they ain't fuck with me. They ain't talk to me like that. Everybody stayed the fuck out my way for a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay. This one just waking up. Excuse me. So I'm talking to y'all like this because I don't like this. I have the Black Woman's Guide. But one thing about my Black Woman's Guide, I'm teaching you how to tap into your darkest self and accept it. I had a situation at work. Another old bitch, Asian bitch, pushed me to get the same shit, pushed me. And I snapped, crackled, and I just snapped and crackled. Screamed on her ass. You ever motherfucking, that's not how you talk to nobody. That's not what you don't demand me to do shit for you. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. I'm happy about it too. I have 2 partners, by the way. You know I am poly, right? Yeah. Just want to let you know that. And so one of them, I gotta write them a long ass text message today too. And so what happened to, yeah, I mean, kind of just happened. Long story. That one just happened. Literally just happened. And that one got me so tight, I had to sit in the corner and just cry. Like I literally cried at work. I had to sit in the corner and cry because I get that angry. I get that angry that I had to cry it out. Yes, they do. They both live nearby. No, they do not know each other. They haven't even met. My nesting partner, she ain't really ready to meet her. Yeah, she ain't really ready to meet her. You know, it'll come a time they'll meet. Right now, I have boundaries because she has a partner too that she's with, and they're not ready to meet me. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. It's poly, baby. Everybody gonna know. I don't play them games. Definitely know about each other. I don't play them games. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens that way where somebody does want to keep you to themselves, especially my nesting partner. We making bigger steps now, so we've been a year together for a year. You know what I'm saying? We've been together for a year, and I just started with this one. See, yeah. So I got a little anniversary coming up. I'm looking forward to it. I'm preparing for all that this week, and a date for the other one. But I gotta talk to her. Kind of been so busy. She been busy too. You know what I mean? It's not hard. It's just that I just gotta talk to her. She on her cycle and stuff. I need to talk to her. We had to postpone our date because she was on her cycle and she wasn't feeling well. And I was like, nah, you don't need to meet me like that. You know what I mean? You don't need to be in those kind of conditions. So it didn't happen. I told her we just do it next week. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it next week. Yep. She said, oh. But honestly, yo, seriously, a lot of people's issue that I see where you have to be careful in this world is there are people who are getting angry in spaces with people who are complete cowards. What am I saying? They're yelling and arguing and all this shit and cursing out on somebody who's a complete piece of shit. And I mean that. Complete piece of shit. It's like you need to point at them and say, you're a piece of shit. And just walk off. You're a piece of shit. You're nothing. And that's just how it is. People, let me tell you something. I've been around fighters, gangsters, and I mean that when I say gangsters. Gangsters are dangerous. Real gangsters and thugs, a thug, they dangerous. Okay? You would be like, this motherfucker ain't gonna live long. They loose. Those are real gangsters and thugs.
I need y'all to understand that. And those don't exist like that. People who fight for real, people who are about that life, are the most quietest motherfucking people. You might get warning before they hit you and fuck you up, but they're the most quietest people. You said I seem happier. I didn't even know I seemed happier. That's crazy. Damn. I didn't know I seemed happier. That's crazy. The thing is, how do I say this? You got to know what you're fighting in front of you and what's worth your time. Some people, it's worth you to just say some slick ass shit out your mouth to them and walk off. I promise you. Like, you jealous, bitch, and just walk off. Oh, thank you. I didn't know I seemed happier. That's crazy. Kind of upset I left my shake at work. I finished drinking it when I get there. At least it's in the refrigerator. I'm being for real, bro. One of the number one things in life that I see is besides the fact that people are stupid, it's another thing that people are complete cowards. You have all these women who want to preach feminism and all this shit. And when it came a time for them to really rise up and speak, you saw that those are the same women that voted against themselves. And what is so interesting about today's times is that I keep saying this, and I'm going to keep saying this over and over. People are not going to be able to recover from this the next 3 years. I need y'all to know that. From now until the next election, people are not going, like, they're not understanding energetically what they have done to themselves that is going to sit with them until the casket drops. Okay? I think women took issues with what was happening with men playing sports with them, etc. No, that's a part of it. But then they took away women's sports. Didn't they take away women's sports altogether? Or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Here's the thing. Trans were here to infiltrate women's spaces. That's what it's for. They played a major role in the patriarchy. Don't think these men don't know what trans are. What happened is they started acting the fuck out. And when they started acting the fuck out, that's what caused the problems. That's when they had to put things at a fucking halt. But that's not it either. I'm not taking away what you're saying. That's a part of it. But there's a major thing that's here. Everybody talked about feminism, right? Just hear me out. Right. Everybody was talking about feminism, right? And there was black women that said feminism for black women is not the same as feminism for white women. Correct? Hear me out. And a lot of people fought it. No, we're all women. We're all women. We're all women out there marching. We're all women. We're all women, right? What the fuck you think this vote for Trump did to the black women who are feminists, or women of color who are feminists? What do you think this vote did to people who looked at their people who was their own people, who were happy to see their get deported, voted for themselves to be deported, got tricked? What the fuck you think happened? People are not going to recover from this, meaning that the attitudes of black people moving forward is going to be very offensive, because it's going to be very ignoring. See, this is why you're seeing, the black people who are experiencing things with these people, they're too busy interacting with them. And I say it needs to stop. They're too busy parlaying in conversation with these people, these boomers and Gen Xers. I say it needs to stop. Black man said he was sitting there in the damn store and the woman is talking in Spanish about black people. See, someone like me would have energetically picked that up, and I would have had an attitude with that bitch when I got to the counter that it would have made her feel, do you motherfucking speak Spanish? Mm-hmm. They ain't gonna be able to be the same. Once black people get silent, or people of color who more so identify with blackness start getting silent, it's gonna hurt people's ego, because they're not gonna know what the fuck they're thinking. And so they're gonna start acting out. But if they act out, it's going to fall on them. So it's going to be a chess move. I'm telling you, when that woman did what she did, and I said what I said, to this day, me and my partner don't fuck with her. And we don't fuck with her. I didn't even know my partner felt the way she did about it. I was like, we don't fuck with her. Because when she was talking and then she said something, I said some shit back, her facial expression, she couldn't even respond back to me, because she thought I was going to entertain what the fuck she was talking about. She lucky I said anything to her, because I wouldn't have said shit. Got to understand that this is what's going to happen. This will affect 4 years due to federal judge picks too. Tariq Yvette acted like voting for Trump was okay and blacks had nothing to lose, but they are voting on making reparations unconstitutional. Well, I don't know who Yvette is. I know who Tariq is. Who is Yvette? Tariq Nasheed is with a white woman, y'all. Why are y'all still listening to this dude? He with a whole white woman. A white woman like that. I'm like, why y'all still even listening to that dude? That should be confusing me. Why y'all even still mentioning his name? The ADOS movement leaders. Girl, what that mean? What's the anagram for that? I know one thing. When I've been flushing my body, I have to pee a lot. I need to find out what that's about. I have to pee a lot since I've been flushing my body. Since I've been taking the protein shake and we're having to pee a lot. His wife is biracial. His mother-in-law is a cop. They have a charity in Haiti. Oh, okay. Hell no, we ain't had no charity, no goddamn Haiti. Everybody keeps saying she biracial, bro. That's beautiful. Her mother got a charity in Haiti. I think that's beautiful. I'm not knocking it. Right. Some people's body convert protein to sugar. I try to stay away from sugar. That's crazy. I eat a high protein diet, and I'm going to keep on doing this protein because I'm feeding muscles. Right now, I'm eating shrimp. I just ate some salmon, naan with peanut butter on it. I didn't even make a salad. I didn't even get no greens in. Yeah, he was on it. Oh, yeah, I never cared for Tariq Nasheed. I never cared. Tariq saw a lot of point in ADO's movement from me back Antonio Moore. I don't know who these people is. I believe it, bro. I believe it. That's what people do. Just like the Queen Maker was stolen from over here. That's what they do. Like I had told a friend, I said, yo, let her have it. I knew what was going to happen to her. So let her have it. They created the FBA movement, but they seem like sock puppets movements to split the black vote. Here's the thing. Black people need to understand there's a lot of what y'all call agents and infiltrators inside of the black community. You know where these people are coming from. No, it's fine. Her information is for who it's for. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm a mentee the writer. I'm still going to forever be that. It don't fucking matter. Queenmaker came something later on in my life. And I still feel to this day, somebody from on this show, something under my nose just feels like that. But I don't care. Okay. The thing is, what I see with everything is that there's a lot of infiltrators in the black community. There's a lot of people who come out and they do certain things to cause disarray. And people have to be careful with that. There's people where, like, I really, in my heart of hearts, and you may agree with me, the cure. I believe Omar Johnson, the Umar dude, I believe he's a distraction in the black community. And I'm going to run you my theory. But you got to give me a second to give it to you fully. Okay? I got to pour So all you headphone users, get ready. I'm about to pour something out. You're going to hear some noise, all right? I might try to mute myself. Okay. Hear me out for one moment. I have questions about the origins as well of all these people. Tariq Wax on Fox was on Fox. See? Let me tell you something. And I'm being real with you when I tell you this, right? Okay. Umar Johnson, from my understanding, he lived in New York City. Correct? All right. Let me tell you something just from that alone, living in New York City. I need to get my phone. I don't abandon my phone. The people who have the most freedom, the place where you can go to do the most for children is in low impoverished neighborhoods, or what you call, I don't even like to say low impoverished. I'm going to say urban neighborhoods or the hood. Anybody can go into the hood with their nonprofit. Anybody can go into the hood and get the community to participate in something. Anybody can go in the hood, especially if you're doing something for boys, to participate in what you're doing. Umar did not need all that money to build a school. That's New York City. If you have an idea, New York City have places where you will get shit for free. Do you know there's a number you can call to get free art supplies? Do you hear what I'm saying? There's a number that you can call to get free art supplies. There's grants that you can get for the school to get instruments. What did Omar need $1 million for to build a school? And is $1 million even enough? And is it even necessary? And he kept the lie going no matter how much he got caught. And he sold the idea. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, something just happened. I'm like, why my internet do that? That was crazy. He sold the idea of a black boys school. You know for damn sure black people would have jumped on that. You know for damn sure people would have moved out of their state and got another job or went and wanted to work for that school. You know that would have been supported 100% in the black community. Come on now. And you mean to fucking tell me that motherfucking he couldn't do that on his own? You can go work with the school PTA and get rooms and stuff after school for the kids. Do you know I was in the PTA? I'm telling you all the stuff I know. I learned a lot being in that school PTA. I learned a lot. Okay? I learned a lot. And here's another thing. For black boys have been built since his decade-long scam. See my point? And then look what he did when he got to school in Texas. He don't give a fuck about black boys. That's why his own daughter is coming out. This is what I'm saying about this stuff. There are people who are a major distraction. Even if that's his real daughter or not, we don't know. Major distraction that keeps everybody emotionally tied up to this, that, and the third. When he did not complete the project or the deadline of that school, everybody should have been ignoring him. Lennon Art and Film shouldn't even been following his story. He should have been ignored. People were trying to help with the building and offering contracting work in Detroit when he claimed he wanted it there, but he wanted to hire other hires. And he could have had a great he would have definitely got support in Detroit. If I was to build an all black boys school, because first of all, let me make something else clear. When you are building something, number one, either you're going to buy the building or you're going to get the building built, right? Right? Meaning you're going to have to get a contractor or an architecture, right? Girl, we ain't getting to that Frederick Douglass shit. And contractor, and then, interior designing, because that's all together. That's just the basics of the school. Where the classroom's going to be at, where this is going to be at, all that stuff. That's the layout, unless you have a building already, right? The budget of keeping up the school bills or whatever they have you do, unless the government or whatever. Then that's when the money comes in. Like, this is how you budgetize the money. I believe that too. That Frederick Douglass shit is bullshit, bro. Everybody know it. All right, don't be here with y'all at 12:30, 8 and shit. I done got my little 10-minute workout in. 12:30, I gotta take me a nice long shower. You know what I mean? Scrub my face up and shit. And so, ironically, I like to take hold on, who's this? Let's see who this is. Let me see if I can pick up. Hello? 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 The fact that people are making these calls is beyond me. Oh, yeah, they definitely have to protect the grade. But here's the thing. Here's my thing. And I'm being for real when I say, here's my thing. The point was he didn't need all that. He didn't need all that to have excuse me, y'all, border again. To have what he had accomplished or what he was trying to accomplish or what goal he didn't need all that. That is the point of what I'm saying about there are people who are sent to completely distract the Black community. Okay, let me see what else you said here. Wait. I'm about to Google this. Hold on. Let's put this one up because this one was funny. He lied about working or putting in an effort at a Black college or some stuff like that. That too. A person of people had to come forward about it too because he blamed the people he steals identity from. He said he had to hire non-Black lawyers. He couldn't hire us. Let me tell you something, The Cure. As long as I have been in New York City, which is an immigrant state, or I have been up north, period. That's from New York City, Connecticut, to goddamn New Jersey, to Pennsylvania. Maybe even Delaware too. I'm gonna throw Delaware in the mix too. In the whole goddamn Baltimore, Maryland area. From that part of the Northeast, I even met people in Boston. Let me tell you something. When they do something or they organize something, they organize it. They've been doing it and they've been doing it for years, and they keep that business going and they keep that organization going. They even have a team of people that work with them. I have been working for them for years. Okay. And they have connections. They work with the schools. They work with the community centers. I've watched it. And if they get on TV or they get public, They're probably on the news about what they do, or they're probably on somebody's, interviewing somewhere what they do. And a lot of times when they interview about what they do, they're on camera and they're at every social event that involves what they do. And I'm here to tell you, because I'm going to get to this part right here. I'm here to tell you that you will get tremendous support when it comes to Black children and children of color in low impoverished neighborhoods or urban neighborhoods. You are more likely to have people to team up and help you and give you the resources to do things for these kids. I have watched it. I watched a woman build a gamer bus for the school. Had a whole event, and it was a gamer truck out there. I watched people just do such great things for their community out of themselves. He needs to be shut down. There were court situations that would have prevented him from working with kids. It's a scam. I've heard nobody makes more money than a sick child. Yeah. Another thing too. He is not a doctor. He was a counselor at a school. He's not a doctor. The location where the alleged school was there was gang R word of youth, etc. It makes no sense. Was where this is you have to write that again. There's a coincidence, conspiracy, huh? Going gang R word of youth. Oh, them kids is in a deplorable situation in that Texas school. That was horrible. That was fucking deplorable. This is what I'm saying. You have these people who are mere distractions. Okay, I knew what you were saying. It was the school was in a dangerous area. I was just trying to read the details of what you were saying. Well, here's the thing. If you want a school like that to succeed, you're going to have to go in the hoods. You're going to have to go where the more Black boys are a little bit more troubled youth. Yes, he was. He was in Texas. That's the first one I saw. Lennon Arnold Films was reporting the whole thing and laughing about him and shit like that. Clowning him and shit. And people have to understand that's the distraction. They are clowns. They are here to distract the community. They're here to cause disarray and separatism in the community. And so therefore, this is where the Black community has to start being a lot more wiser. Because it doesn't just happen to the Black community. It happens to any other community that's not white supremacy. That's my point. Because you can go into other people's history and you can see what they did. And I swear your intuition will be like, but that person don't really look like they're from that culture. And what did they do? It sounds like they came around to distract the purpose of what the people came to do. That's how deep it is. Yeah, because he grabbed the emotions of the people by saying, this is what I'm going to do for you. This is what I'm going to sell for you. He kept their hopes up. See, one thing about the world stage is, remember Obama's slogan was what? Hope. Because everyone has hope for the Black male. Everyone has hope that he's going to rise above. Everyone has hope that he's going to come into his power and he's the God that's going to rise. That's why. So when he's doing something, everybody psychologically hopes that the black male is going to do it or make it happen or do something great. But here's the reality. The black male can't do anything without permission from the white man. He knows that. It's the white man that gives him permission. It's the white man that tells him it's okay for him to have what he has. Because it's not hard for the white man to destroy him by his own people. Huey P. Newton's story, was that him? I remember that woman who came forward saying that women taking her Obama check. Her grandfather or father offered him land to get started. Okay. Remember that woman who came forward saying that women taking her Obama check. Her grandfather and father offered him land to get started. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Why does that sound familiar? And this is the problem with the black community that I see. This is the consistent problem that I see in the black community. This is the issue that I see the most in black community. Yes, he took a check for unemployment. I remember that story because I was like, why that story sound familiar? When you went, yes, I remember that. They're going to rob, they're going to steal, they're going to take, they're going to lie, they're going to break things. They're going to keep putting you in a circle because that is not their intentions. Their intentions is to keep you looking at them so that nothing ever gets done for the community. It goes all the way around in this world. You have feminism, you got the most ridiculous feminist women talking and doing the most ridiculous shit, and everybody focused on them because their purpose is to destroy it. That's the manipulative tactic. She's the one who came forward and explained the scam, very, very old. She's been doing this for at least 15 years, maybe even 20. I used to be subscribed to his dad too. His dad came online and didn't support his behavior. That's a scam too, baby. We don't know these people. We don't know their lives. They can tell us anybody is their father. They can tell us anybody is their child. I don't fall into it. The divestors, the zealot divestors' agenda is that they do not want the black woman to have black children anymore. That's their whole agenda. They don't want black women to birth black children, make black children with black males. They want them to be with non-black males. So that means they don't want them with Hispanic or Latino. They never, ever give any type of love to the Hispanic or Latino the way that they do a non-black male, whether it's a French, whether it's an actual European. You see what I'm saying? From Norway. But if he's from Mexico, if he's from Dominican Republic, those are niggas to them, okay? I used to be subscribed to his... See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I wouldn't even subscribe. I mean, do your thing. But for me, I just... Because I understand how staged this world is, it's like we don't know these people. They can make up a whole entire story in our face on this world stage. The world is truly staged more than what people even give it credit for. Oh, the world is staged, the world is staged. But how staged do you understand this world is? You're looking at people who literally come from foster care. People who don't even be from this country over here doing the shit that they do. People who are hired by the FBI to come and infiltrate and distract. This is what these people do. People who sit here and you look and you be like, What is this shit and what is going on? Do you know most of your cult leaders are foster kids? They're from orphanages. Did you know that most of your cult leaders come from an orphanage? Every last one of them. Michael Noakes, aka Polite, foster kid, Catholic school. I know. Eligio wasn't even born in this country. He's not even American. Adopted, foster kid, orphanage. Got pictures of himself with his orphan parents. What was that other cult leader that made people poison himself? He came from an orphan. He came from orphanages. He came from foster care. Or some kind of deep abandonment. I come from abandonment. And I'm going to tell you something about people who come from abandonment. Going back to this topic, we are angry. We don't like people. We do not like humanity. And it does not matter your race or gender. We don't like you. Okay? I'm being for real, especially when we're coming from a young place of not healing that or not going to therapy. We have a lot of anger and rage. And I'm not attacking anyone here. Please don't get offended. But we have a lot of anger and rage. And so therefore, when you find people in these circles, such as Black circles and Black empowerment, all of this stuff is a grift. Not for me, not a grifter. But all of this stuff is a grift. And all of this stuff is not believable. I don't believe in Black excellence. I don't believe in Black love either. But I don't think I've never hid that stuff for myself. I don't believe that Black people are going to pull themselves all the way out of what they're pulling, what they're in, because they're too busy trying to pull other Black people out. And also those very Black people, they enjoy and love that ghetto life shit. I don't know what that is, but they enjoy it. Let's see, just to the comments. It was over 5 years ago. He didn't get much traction, but this, hold on. But this about his behavior, it was crazy. The conscious community has been a controlled scam in some ways too. Oh yeah. Polite associate with Dr. York's situation, then abused the child. I'm going to tell you something. You know, there's people out here that say Dr. York is not in jail and that Dr. York didn't do that. I've met Nubians. I was in that circle. There's not a dull moment that anybody with a Caribbean or African background did not say that they were molested by somebody on that goddamn land. There was a lot of kids being molested on that land. Straight out the horse's mouth. There was women talking about they was just following the man and they was following what he was doing, that they abandoned their own child. They admitted to that. They admitted to that. You have people. Where the fuck does Dr. York come from? Where the fuck did this Imam Isa guy, aka Imam Isa, come from? What is his background? Why does he have all these children spread all over the place? Why does people like Polite that like him? Because more than likely the history of Dr. York is that he too was a foster care kid. You got to ask yourself this. I'm going to go to the comments. I'm sorry you experienced that. That's very difficult. I've seen it. I've experienced paternal abandonment when I was older. I'm angry about it now. See? Well, see, even angry. As you know, I was raised by my grandma. You know what I'm saying? So, associated with the Michael Aquino Temple of Set, who dressed as a Nazi. Let's get to that. Thank you for that. Let's get to that. Let's look at the bigger picture here, people. Hear me out. So you telling me you a black male who wears your hair straight in a ponytail, but yet you're telling everybody else to wear their hair natural and 9 ether hair, but you clearly do not do that. You were in the music industry writing songs talking about It's On Me and all this kind of stuff. And these are the songs that you was singing. Thank you. And you mean to tell me you had free buildings for people to live in, and you wrote books and told everybody, I'm going to give you what you want so you can want what I have to give, which is manipulation, right? Which is trickery, right? Which is lying, right? And then you make a symbol and you're able to go to Georgia. You could have went to the Midwest. You could have went any other place to make a mini Egypt. You did that for people to live on for free. You make a speech saying that, oh, they did that to Martin Luther King and they did that to them and they're going to do it to me. Then you get arrested for molesting a child or whatever the case may be. You get charged with all this stuff because I'm going to tell you something else. You could do your research. The BLM, not BLM, the other BLM, that's the people who were rich with the tigers and the gang and all that stuff. They got arrested the same time Dr. York got arrested in the same motherfucking year. Do your research. BLM or BML, something. It was something in hip hop. Hip hop people know them. I don't remember right now. Getting back to Dr. York. And then all of this stuff happened. Some people trying to say that in the courthouse that wasn't even you. It don't even look like it was him. I'm not going to hold you. It don't look like that was him in that courthouse. And you got to this day, you have people saying that Dr. York is still walking around and they have actually met this man. The world is fucking staged, people. The world is incredibly staged. And it creates absolute separatism, as much separatism as it can. That man caused fucking confusion. That man caused confusion in the Black community. If you really want to get technical. Now, I learned a lot. I learned about how to dissect the book and how to read and how to do this, but it caused confusion. And this is what was allowed to happen. These people are staged. Somebody behind the scenes is working for these people. There's people putting these people on the world stage, preparing them this way. Channel went to a location they had in Georgia and said state troopers were outside, said he didn't go and felt something was wrong with Bombada as well. Again, 15 p.m. Listen, y'all don't gotta believe me. Just sit down one day and do your research. Do your research, kids, to the Disney Epsom Center in Florida. But do you understand that Walt Disney was an orphan as well? Are you paying attention to what's going on in pattern? Jay-Z is associated with Bombada along with Carousel. Anybody in New York City knows African Bombada. He's a big thing. He's a big deal in New York City. He was way before his time. Next to that other group, Sun something, way before his time. The information he talked about, he's very big in New York City. Very big. And he, you know, Bombada and all of them, Black Cat, Pappy Mason, all of these people are a part of that gang world in New York City. And that's for people who, if you had parents that's Gen Xers, you as a child in New York City, if your family comes from the streets, your family knows about that. I've been all my life, I've heard about these people. I saw Alex Jones hanging out with or listening to Terry KS1. To all these public actors seem connected. There used to be a site called All Religions Are One that explains some things about alleged Saturn cults, and it seems like the site got taken down. I think I remember that site. That's crazy. I think I remember that site. And so, from everything being discussed right now, y'all, just everything being discussed, hear me out. All right. When you really pay attention and you live a life and you see people who are doing things, making things happen in a very natural way, you begin to realize how very staged everything becomes and how very staged everything is. Okay? You can make yourself popular on YouTube, but you only can be more popular if you do your advertisement and they decide to put you in the front in the search engine. Opportunities have to be there for you and for invitation to be on TV like that, y'all. These things are not easy to come by. You have a higher chance of being a background actor than being somebody in the front of the stage or playing a major role on that stage. Yes. Everybody is on a ley line, but that's an awesome question. These people are given what they are given. Dr. York came to do what he did, to cause what he caused, and he left. And anybody who keeps advocating that he's not in jail, you need to be looking at them and what part of the world stage do they play? No, why Tariq was allowed to be on TV along with Yvette Cornell, was it to split the black vote? Tariq Nasheed, I'm going to tell you the trickery. I understand your question, and I hope you can understand deeply what I'm trying to say to you. At the end of the day, I wouldn't say mind control. Just hear me out. If you ever looked at the show I did with the guy who infiltrated the Black Panther, he said the FBI agent, whoever he was working for, taught him Black history. Okay? Taught him Black history and taught him about Black books and Black people. Well, why is it that the FBI agent can do that? Because the white male wrote these books. The white male wrote these books telling you about slavery. Hold on, y'all. God damn. The white male wrote books telling you about slavery. The white male allowed Frederick Douglass to write his autobiography about what his experience was as a slave. The white male has also been the one to teach you about your history and tell you what your history has been. You see, you got to see where I'm going with this? So the history that Tariq Nasheed is telling is a history that is allowed to be told by the white male. You get where I'm going with this? Because when you really talk about occult information and knowledge and wisdom, and you really talk about Egypt and all this type of things, the stuff that I write about, somebody's going to come around and try to demonize you, and this and you start questioning who the fuck that is that's coming around, who sent them. When he came to LA, and apparently some grown men took him in or something like that, similar to what you're describing. Yes, that's their story too. A lot of time they be as well. The winners of wars write the history books. Yes, right. I've heard of Bill Gates paying white men to impregnate black women in Africa. Why? See? It goes down a deep ass rabbit hole. So anytime a black male is in any position, he's given that position. I'm going to tell you a group of males that I do not trust. And y'all can pass this information down. And I've been saying this for years, and I hope it exposes itself. I don't trust them Hebrew Israelites. I do not trust them Hebrew Israelites. I don't trust them because my thing is, y'all are allowed to go on a street corner and yell and be disrespectful like you are. And y'all always in the area where y'all can see everything. Y'all always right there by the train station. Y'all always right there by goddamn, you know, where you can see. If people from the city can understand what I'm saying, if you stand by the train station, depending on what part of the city area that you're in, if you stand there long enough, you can see everything that's going on. If you stand across the street from the train station and you sit down on a bench, you can see who's coming and going, who's back. You can see everything. If you stand, why do people stand on corners? People stand on corners because with the corner, you can see everything. My grandma's house was on a corner. And trust me when I tell you, you see everything from the corner house. A lot of people don't like having a house on the corner because you're more likely to see crimes and things that you don't want to see. Because for some strange reason, when people do fly shit, it's always on the corner. I never really got into why. Yes, various scams are promoted to the Black community, but see, it's not just the Black community; it's Hispanic and Latin, because we're all, see, the thing is, this is what this situation with Trump is teaching everybody. Hey, Hispanic and Latin people, you ain't so goddamn separate from us, huh? How does it feel to know that you a nigga too in white supremacy? We always knew you was niggas in white supremacy, but how does it feel for you to know that, even with your white skin? I can't remember what I found out and met them, but about them, but I believe they were set up. You even see Black celebrities promoting them. Seems to be one of these government set up groups. This is the issue. This is another thing I want y'all to start dissecting your mind. And this is what Aminti the writer has been writing about and trying to get you all to understand. Okay. These people that you call celebrities. The word celebrity means someone who's celebrated. Just understand, someone who is celebrated, that is the celebrity. It's that simple, okay? Now, one second. Okay. Therefore, there are plenty of people in the Black community that is celebrated, correct? Celebrity in the Dr. York, the celebrity in the polite, the celebrity in the Eligios are no different. Understand that Eligio, which what you call Nature Boy, was a mockery of what polite is. You see? Understand that there has to be constant confusion, but let me not roll off the harbor here. When you sit here on this word stage and you're looking at a Hebrew Israelite standing on the corner preaching the stuff that they're preaching, and they are disrespecting people on a corner and stuff like that. What makes it real is that real people are following it. But then there's always one person who's the head Don Dada of that said religion, culture, or thing. And therefore they have a celebrity-like status. It is nothing but the white male putting them on the world stage. You see? Do you understand how clever this Holly? Did you see how clever this shit goes? It's deeper than what people want to say. I want to talk about sacrifice and this, that, and the third. No, baby. No, baby. These people are already homeless or in orphanages. And who can you use better than two people in those situations? Do you ever notice how people pop out of nowhere? That's a part of the world stage too. That's how they stage it up. They pop out of nowhere. You'd be like, who the fuck is, oh shit, they're talented. They pop out of nowhere. That's how you do it on the world stage. But they put these people on the world stage to tell the story. Why is Snoop Dogg still around talking about the murder was the case that they gave him? But yet Snoop Dogg is suddenly now he done locked his hair. I noticed if Snoop Dogg locked his hair, everybody else started locking their hair. It's all staged. Okay, let me see your comments. Seems to be one of those government setup groups. Absolutely. Black sports person was promoting Hebrew Israelite scam. All of this came from Lost Tribe syndrome. Yes. Yeah. The project has serious issues with trafficking. Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of them Hebrew Israelites, they be slow. Yeah. Because that's what they are in the beginning. They're already deplorable human beings before they get on the world stage. But see, even if they're not like that, here's the thing, is to make a mockery of what the black male is. Do you see, or what the black woman is, or the Hispanic woman is, or the Latin woman is, or the white, or the Latin male, the Latino male is, or the Hispanic male is. You see? That's what it's all about. Can't find yourself just being distracted by these people. And in black culture, there's way more distractions. You got the Wahabians, and you got the Muslims, you got the Ansar Allah, who's now considered as a terrorist group. You have the Hebrew Israelites. How is Ansar Allah considered a terrorist group but not the Hebrew Israelites? You see, that's how I know that the government put them out there. Dr. York wrote 400 goddamn books. That's the excuse to say he didn't molest kids because he wrote 400 books. All staged. You know, it's so deep. All these people, all these women that had children with that man did not even know that they had children with a character on the world stage. Isn't that some dark shit? I know somebody who is literally Dr. York's daughter who has transitioned, who is Dr. York's son. Okay? Transitioned. Look just like that man. Had a baby with someone on the world stage. They want us to believe in Hebrew Israelite stuff. Why do they want us fighting with Jewish and claiming we're Jewish? I think that the white male truly knows history, because there's some kind of Hebrew Israelite looking white guy. He be talking, I don't trust him whatsoever, and he talks about America, and he talks about he was like, white men don't know his history either. Nah, I disagree with that. Yep. I disagree with that. I believe white males know very much what their history is. And I believe the white male knows your history better than you know your own. Not the Caucasian, the actual white male. Mr. White Supremacy knows your history. Okay? That's what I really believe. We have black people, you're the original Jews, they're not Jewish, they're white. Okay. Where does this all come from? Jupiter, I wrote about this stuff. Egypt being black, but yet we look at the walls of Egypt and we don't really see black features, but we might see some unambiguous black looking people. You might see some, because dreads is universal. You know that dreadlocks are that's supposed to come from Shiva Jatas. That's not originally from black people. That's actually from East India. That's what it said. So we have a lot of things that's so convoluted, we have to find it in ourselves. Do you know I have a book on one of my old computers who I keep forgetting to get a goddamn charger for. And one of my old books, it states that the word king comes from the word Ankh, which is the woman. The Ankh is the symbol of the woman. The Ankh is not the symbol of man penetrating the woman. That is the woman's fucking symbol. See? So I learned in Egypt that it was a big patriarchy that invaded Egypt. This is why you hear that King Tut was a woman. You always hear these things about androgynous beings and all this stuff, because when you really learn about Egypt, you find that most of them were all women. Men wanting to mate with black, it takes 5 generations for someone to no longer be black. Is that what Bill was doing in Africa? Well, here's the thing. Interracial was being promoted. Yes. Have you noticed that? Yeah, interracial is being promoted. You have to pay attention to this world fucking stage. Just like this whole year, the year of the snake, the topic has been black women all year. There's not a dull moment I can't turn around and hear about this happened to a black woman being disrespectful. Black woman this happened to a black woman. It's like, God damn, is this the year of the goddamn black woman? What the fuck is going on here? And just last year, Megan Thee Stallion had the song Hiss. Beautiful ass fucking video. Dragging the fuck out of that pedophile Nicki Minaj. We're going to get to that interracial dating. Here's the thing. The African woman is easily disposable. It's easy to be used. It's easy to be abused because of what her male is, right? The African woman is very easily to, how do I say this to y'all? It's not hard to use her, impregnate her, and do the things that they do to her. Unfortunately. She becomes the greatest science project. You understand? That's what the African woman becomes. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Because he's having the men impregnate them. Okay, why are these men wanting to mate with black women? It takes 5 generations for someone to no longer be black. Is that what Bill is doing? Oh, okay, I missed that part. Before I forget, what you said about foster care, I've heard it said that the Chris Stokes situation was associated with Epstein trafficking with foster children in Georgia. That's because we're doing control of resources. We've been oppressed. Yes. Okay, let's get to everything you just said. You said a lot. You said I got you. Okay, I'm here with you. Thank you for giving me that information about Bill Gates. I have a project that I'm doing in the background. All right. That's why I keep telling you to Curb, please hit me up on my Facebook page. I got a project I'm working on in the background. I appreciate you telling me that information. Here's the thing, and I'm going to keep telling y'all this. These zealot divestors are Black Hitlers. Okay? They're Black Hitlers. Meaning they do not want Black women birthing Black children with Black males. That is their entire goal. You're welcome. Okay? And you have to now look at the psychology of how that has happened, where there are Black women who are like, no more birthing children, but with non-Black males, with a culture of men that she has not grown up with and doesn't know anything about. They're not her. You understand what I'm saying? And these are very conservative Black women. They do not like the spiritual woman. They do not like the spiritual Black woman. They do not like the lesbian or gay Black woman. They do not like the bisexual Black woman. Okay? They do not like the Black woman who may even be biracial with a Black father. They do not like the Black woman who already has Black sons. They are Black Hitlers. And if I sat here with a book and wrote down everything I've examined about the zealot divestors, I guarantee you their book is not going to be no different than Mein Kampf written by Hitler. Okay. Because we're doing control of resources, we've been oppressed, Kanye too, understand. I don't believe that's Kanye's mama. I'm telling you about this world stage. Kanye has a song talking about light-skinned friend look like Michael Jackson, got a dark-skinned friend look like Michael Jackson. Jamie Foxx singing in the background, another adopted one. Tell my son, leave your ass for a white girl. And that's exactly what he did. This world is staged. Suddenly his mama dies from something as stupid as going to a mall. Why would a woman who has a son with money go to a mall? It was a mockery of Black women and saying how stupid Black women are. To do that and die, he goes into a dark place. Do you know how many people, no matter what Kanye West do, they always bring up that his mama died? You know why they did that? Because they understand about Black people and their mama. You got to understand, these people had 400 plus years to study Black culture, Hispanic, Latin culture. They know us better than we know ourselves. That's their mentality. Kanye ticked off something in the code. That's what they want you to believe too. This world, listen to me, The Cure. The world is staged. Do we have proof that that's Kanye's mother? Why? Let me tell you something. I have family in the industry. I don't talk about it, but I have family in the industry. And I can tell you personal things about my family in that industry that I will never tell. So you telling me there's nobody that went to school with these people that can say they went to school with these people. There's nobody that can say they are friends with these people that are celebrities. You become a target when you are a street urchin, when you are abandoned. Do you know how many people came to me for modeling when I was 19 and 20 on the streets? Do you know how many people gave me opportunity when I was in them streets? There's somebody right now who is modeling. Beautiful. When I saw her, I said, that's that little street orchard from the village. I remember this girl. She had a baby with a model, and now she has cancer. But before that, she was modeling with Rihanna. She's a street orchard. Her mother was here. Sorry, because the ventilator going to tell her story. Her mother was in and out of prison most of her life. Her mother ended up dying. And after that, she ended up having cancer after she had that son. Beautiful baby. Now, guess what? The baby is also going to model. I feel like even that relationship was staged so that baby can start modeling, and we're going to start seeing that baby. Do you see how beautiful it works? Estranged, worthless family members. See? Remember the one who had AIDS and was sleeping with Chris Brown? Oh, no, baby, you took it way back. I don't know nothing about this. Chris Brown is another one. Chris Brown is another one. And the story keeps going on and on and on and on. The fake stories keep going on and on and on. I have never seen Jim Carrey's facial hair. I've never seen Jim Carrey's real hair until now. And the more I look at this man, the more I'm like, Jim Carrey's not white. Okay. Jim Carrey's not white. Somebody down the line is melanated, black something, but he's not white. And all these things. His name is James Eugene Carrey. Even their names is not even real. These people have very quiet, private, made up lives. And I've been trying to tell y'all this for years, and I'm still telling y'all. Well, let's look at his name. His name is Kanye West. That's the symbol of the Ankh. See, I want to talk about the Illuminati, but I believe this, and I need you to hear me out very closely, because this is usually in the temple conversation. Trump was installed, it would believe election fraud took place. Oh, we're going to get into Trump. We're going to touch that. Let me start at. Let's get to this part. Kanye is the Ankh. That's what the Ankh. And that's why his daughter's name is Northwest. And she's Kim, as in Kemet. I have written about this. Okay? Do you see how this shit works? There is a spell that Black people are under, or people of color are under, that they're not realizing. There's a curse placed upon us through ritualistic magic, because we don't know ourselves, because y'all don't know yourselves. And so therefore you can constantly and consistently be used to do this ritualistic magic, because there's a secret to this earth spinning around and around that they know that most Black people do not know. It is no accident his name is Kanye. Have we ever heard that fucking name before? That sound like some comedic shit. Somebody born in Nuabu shit. Why did the Nuwabians come out anyway? You got to look at all of this stuff. It's not an accident, people. There is a complete spell that Black people are under. And they're using their own shit to do it. And who can do it better than a foster care kid, just like Horace was? Who can do it better than someone who comes from nothing or who's angry, who's been abandoned to betray their own? Who can do it better? People don't discuss, okay, Trump was staged too. Trump was very staged. We've been seeing Trump all our lives. We've been seeing Trump on TV. Trump always looked like the president on TV. He always is in the suit and dressed up. We've been seeing Donald Trump. How you think he became the president? Because a lot of people are fans of Donald Trump. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity president. The Truman Show. I believe that's about Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump got a history and, you know, we talk about his father and stuff like that. But see, you just don't know. I'm trying to tell you, this world is very staged. Because ask yourself this, the cure. Do you think any of them divested women could be in the Trump family? I ask that all the time. That's the whitest of white family. You think that them fucking divestors, the zealot divestors, you think that they could be in the Trump family? You think that one of them can date one of Donald Trump's sons? I'll wait for your answer in the chat room. Trump, R. Kelly, and Michael Jackson. We know Michael Jackson comes from extreme poverty, from a very abusive father. Now we get into the world of Black culture. Most Black males do not have a father. A lot of people praise Michael Jackson's dad because most people don't have a father. Michael Jackson transitioned himself from a Black man to a white male, Black and white. It's so deep. It's so fucked up. R. Kelly didn't do that shit. People helped R. Kelly do that. He is known for sexual energy and being, you know, sex and sexuality and all this kind of shit. Called himself the Pied Piper and shit like that. And so now what does the Pied Piper do? Kidnap children. It's an archetype. The world is staged. He was with the kid Aaliyah. The world is staged. What if I told you all these people are not real and none of them ever died? What if I told you all these people are not real and none of them have ever died in the time that we may have believed that they died? Or if they are really dead at all? Would you believe me if I told you that? Trump and Michael lived on the same floor of Trump Towers, and Michael was bringing one of the victims in and out there. I believe it. Kelly had cages inside his Trump Towers apartment. It's bizarre. Plenty of Trump presidential predictive program. Yeah. Trump was groomed by Roy Khan, gay businessman. Photos of Trump in drag many times. Ooh. Kelly did pee on that child as we abusing children in Thailand allegedly a few years ago was there. I didn't deny that. I didn't deny that he pissed on that girl. I didn't deny that. Okay? Just want to make sure that's clear. But see, here's the dark side of it. Regular smuggler people can become a part of their sacrifices. That's where it gets dark. It's like Dr. York. He has all these children spread around and he's the father of them, but he's not real. They have to make this story believable. You have to be able to have the capacity to understand what I'm trying to tell you now. A lot of these people, these deaths, these people, these characters are not real. They're not really what you think. Like someone is literally, you see what the logo is right there? Someone is the puppet master of all of this shit with these people. Parents looking for their kids at the R. Kelly Trump Towers apartment. Trump knew that because he is in the building on them. Yo, I used to walk past the Trump Tower all the time. I'm trying to think that have I ever made it inside the Trump Tower? I've walked past the Trump Tower a few times. Like, oh, that's the Trump Tower. Okay. These people have someone over them. That's how they're able to get into these towers and these hotels and all of that. You have a producer, you have a manager. That producer or manager is going to take care of you. They're going to provide you a car. They're going to provide you somewhere to stay. They're going to provide you money for tickets and stuff. They're going to provide for you. And you take somebody who comes from an abusive situation. You take somebody who comes, which is abusive, comes from a foster care or homelessness situation. You become their parental figure that they've been missing. You see the psychology of it? And where it gets dark is people, all of these people, the Elegios, the Polites, and all of them are Kellys. They have no boundaries with children because psychologically, they were children who were forced to be adults too soon. They were abandoned children in a world where adults did not take responsibility for them as they should. And we know foster kids get abused. Groom Trump, his handler allegedly ended up with AIDS. I believe it. I believe all of it. I don't deny anything that you're telling me right now. I do not fucking deny it. I believe every last bit of everything that you're telling me right now. May I also add something to the mix of what you're talking about? They have to, how do I say this? They have to use real people with real emotions to keep the story going. Okay? It's alleged Kanye's public mother was in the sororities. There's a connection to that world. Okay. Yeah. Just like I told you, I have been in the industry. If I really ever truly, like, I mean, there's a connection sometime somewhere. And also, y'all keep getting so caught up, and I'm not taking away from what you're saying, but when are y'all going to just realize that these people are not real? When are y'all going to see that these people were prepped like a Truman Show to be on a world stage? I'll bring it to you another way. It's called clearing karma. That's it. It's called clearing their karma. And what does that mean to clear their karma? I'm going to tell you something that is the truth to clear the lie, so I don't have to deal with the karmic circumstance of the truth of me being revealed. It's a very tricky way of clearing your karma. See, I had someone tell me years down the line, the reason why they approached me was because their boyfriend saw videos of me online and said she got big breasts and she said it made her mad. You see how fucking twisted that is? So this person admitted that they came to me and they never liked me. That's clearing their karma. That's clearing their karma. Public mother was in sorority. There's a connection to that world. Diddy was. So therefore, when they showed us the Truman Show, they were telling us that there are people that they prepare on this world stage for us that we think is real. And I believe the Truman Show is a Trump show. And that's everybody. Because why is his name Trump? Diddy was in some kind of special school. Some of these people were in school that fed them into the not norm schools. Another one with the very split public personality was Tupac, in the bathroom naked for pictures with chains on him. Tupac was a gay male, a flaming gay male. You know why? Because people who are thugs like that, people who run the streets like that, they have children. Not only do they have children, they have some woman they've known for a long time that they've been pining over. Tupac is a gay man. Tupac was very staged. Now, getting back to what I was saying too, these people are prepped in our face. That's what it is. They're prepped for us. Y'all get too caught up in the ritual and the Illuminati stuff. You have to look at the core picture. These people are staged, and there's puppet masters pulling the strings of these people in front of you. It's bigger than Diddy. I keep going to Epstein. I keep going to Diddy. I keep going to all this stuff, and it's like, wait a fucking minute. They're trying to tell you that they were kidnapped and raped too. They're trying to tell you what happened to them. They're telling you that these foster cares and these orphanages are the biggest kidnappers and abusers. That's what they're trying to tell you. They're telling you that on this world stage, there's somebody behind the scenes helping tell a story of this person. And this is why you keep wondering, why is this person snapping and in the street naked and all this kind of shit? Because character is being broken. They're breaking character. Oh, they're trying to kill me. Help. They're breaking character. It was one guy was like, this ain't even my fucking car. I don't even have a license. Fuck this car. Fuck this industry. He started breaking. He was breaking character. Hands under the table, has all word settlements, but working with Martha Stewart. They have allowed him to be public, just like with Jay-Z, in spite of proof of what he has done. Rumors of Jay-Z being abused by Jaz-O in his teen years, but reported whose ex was murdered. I've met Jaz-O before. I don't believe that one fucking bit. I believe Jaz-O was betrayed by Jay-Z, and I do believe that his rhymes and his raps was taken by Jay-Z. I believe that, because people will do that to you. You will be a character on this world stage, and they'll get somebody to snatch you up and be that. That's what Rihanna did to Fifi Dobson. I don't think that I've met Jaz-O. I'm pretty goddamn intuitive. I didn't get that kind of vibe from that man. I'm trying to tell you. Jaz-O was a very laid back Brooklyn dude. Very laid back Brooklyn dude. Like him and Jaz-O, I'm going to have to say, nah. I'm going to have to call no bueno to that one. I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to have to just respectfully disagree on that. Just as someone who has met Jaz-O and a few family members that have met Jaz-O. No, I believe Jay-Z. When I met Jaz-O, the energy I got from him is that I believe that Jay-Z stole his shit. That's the vibe that I got. This damn thing. Hold on, y'all. Get me down this goddamn rabbit hole again. Let's see what this is. Hello? Hello? Exactly. I'm about to close this down because I don't want to hear this ringing no more. I remember that was ringing. My partner was like, what the hell is going on? I was like, that's my Google voice ringing. Like, what the hell is that? She was looking at me like I was on some funny shit. I remember that shit. That was so funny, bro. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. Let me see the comments. Gang culture is weird. Taking a young man to mentor is normalized, though. I say ruined because it was blind item. This isn't something I believe, but maybe they got the name wrong. No, Jazzo is Jazzo. I don't know who Jazzo is. I told you again, these people, Jay-Z and all these people, they are put on the world stage. Definitely older than the age that she claims to be. A lot of these people, 1 second, y'all. I should have told the headphones you. I'm about to turn on the stuff. But anyway, understand that. 1 second. Oh no, I'm not doing that. Hold on. Oh my bad. I've had ran the water. I ran the water. I'm so notorious for doing stuff like that. And that's a spider web. Hold on, y'all. I gotta kill this shit. Yeah, so like I said, same old, where I just want everybody to see that the world is staged and that all of these artists are staged. Ask yourself these questions, okay? Because we're going to get into the gang stuff too. Ask yourself these questions, right? Why Diddy? And when Diddy got down, why did we all say Jay-Z, Beyonce? Why was all of these names called after? Like, ask yourself this question. Just ask yourself these questions. We're aware that sex trafficking and all of this stuff is going on around the world. We're aware that it has been getting busted by certain people, right? 1 second, y'all. We're aware of that, right? So you want to tell me that now all of a sudden Diddy and these people are the face of this shit? I just want y'all to ask yourself this question. So now suddenly Diddy and these people are the face of this shit. When we're aware of kidnapping, when we're aware of all these deplorable things in the world by people worldwide, those of us that live in New York City, we know them Jews be molesting the fuck out of them kids. Those of us in New York City, we know that. We know that the Jewish culture be fucking each other in their incestual. Okay? Gangs was also infiltrated ritualistic work as well. The Crips and the Bloods, all this shit is made to do rituals. Because there's a secret that's holding something together on this planet that white supremacy knows, and that's why white supremacy keeps winning. Diddy was high-level manager, may walk. If you notice that Diddy, no one ever successful with Diddy as a manager, you got to think about this. No one was ever successful with Diddy. If you work with Diddy, it is known that you are not going to make it. Everybody knows that with Diddy. Everybody knows that you're not going to make it with Diddy. When Cassie got signed to Diddy, everybody said, let me protect myself just in case that camera decides to shut off. Everybody knows if you work with Diddy, you ain't going to make it. You ain't going to go far with Diddy. Everybody knows that. Well, anytime you're going to have a manager who's taking care of you, unfortunately, it can turn into something sexual if you're not careful. And, hold on. You simply have people who are creeps. Okay? People who are creeps. And they do what they do just for getting sex. I remember a guy was like, oh, I'm going to get into photography. And he wanted to get into photography because of the kind of women that he was going to meet as a photographer. Okay? This is why he wanted to get into photography. Because of the kind of women that he can get into and meet and talk to. So you have to be careful from the creeps. It's no different than that guy that's in the street that was acting like he was talking on a goddamn, I don't know what he was talking on. To be like, oh, I found a model. She's gorgeous. She's this, she's that. Oh, man, you got to see her. You know, he was like, oh, I found the model. She's gorgeous. She's this, she that. Oh, you got to see her. It's no different than people like that. But unfortunately, we live in a cruel world. And if anybody can sense any type of indiscrepancies in your life or anything about yourself that's broken, they will take advantage of it every chance that they get. They will abuse it every chance that they get. They will make sure to abuse that about you. And this is the reality of the world that we live in. Okay? And this is a harsh, nasty reality of the world that we live in. All right? You have people who how do I say this to y'all? They don't give a damn about Black people or the Black community. And these are people who are supposed to be Black too. You have so many people who look Black, and then they quick to tell you that they're not Black. I'm this, I'm Somalian, I'm this, I'm African, I'm not this. And then you find out in the hip hop world, which I feel is most sorry for, that none of them, they don't consider that they're not Black, right? The biggest people who the trick are the people who come from slavery, okay? The people who are the biggest people to trick are the people who come from slavery. Excuse me for with the water going. Is because the people who come from slavery are the most lost, the most disconnected, the most abused from their culture. Okay? It's so easy to do that. Unfortunately, but it happens. Another thing to consider. Black people come from slavery, come from a very Gothic, abusive past. Black people come from a past of the white male and the white female has always been the ones to control and teach. This is where the Karen thing comes from. This is where Karen is always monitoring somebody Black. Karen is always monitoring what somebody's doing that is non-Black, that's non-white. This is the Karen behavior. You have to pay attention to who does Karen always fuck with? Anybody who's non-white. That's from Black to Hispanic, all of it. I listen to everybody's voice and accent. Karen harasses motherfucking Diego, Del Carlos, Jose, Shaniqua, Tony. You get where I'm going with this? Karen harasses all these people every chance that she gets. That's what Karen does. Because that comes from the fact that she owns slaves too. They actually said Karen was worse. They said she was way worse than the white male on that slave field. She'll beat you for anything that you said wrong. She was worse. This all stems from the psychology of slavery. Those zealot divestors don't even realize that what they have to say about the Black male and the fact that they don't want to talk about slavery, the fact that they don't deal with spirituality, the fact all of that comes from slavery, because that's what slavery stripped you from. So that when you see somebody who's spiritual, who's indigenous in their ways, who's cultured, you don't like it because Massa don't like it. Miss Nettie or whatever the fuck her name is don't like it. You see how dark it goes? There's no way to be a Black person in America and not ever talk about slavery. That's crazy. You can't even be a Caribbean person and not talk about slavery. Yeah. Shit, you can't even be African and not talk about slavery. Damn, I was too much. I did not mean to do that. I gotta wash my face real quick, y'all. Hold on. That was a lot. Had to wash my face, y'all. I didn't even put that much on my head. This is such a good facial cleanser. But anyway, let's get focused. So you can't do that and not talk about slavery. Why do you think you have people like Kanye West saying shit like slavery was a choice? It was a choice. Where's he getting this from? You mean to tell me somebody born and raised in Chicago is talking like that? That's how they talking. That's how a black person born and raised in Chicago from the kind of mother he's supposed to have is talking about black people in slavery. It's talking about black people in slavery. Only somebody who, like those Mormons that are black, I can't see my screen right now, y'all. I got my glasses off. 1 second, I'm washing my face. I'll get to the comments in a second. You mean to tell me somebody that's black that comes from that is talking like that? No, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's equivalent when you hear about these Mormon children, that are these black children in white spaces, or Mormon or cults and stuff on these lands, and they get told how it's a sin to be black and how they're treated like slaves and how they were enslaved because of their sins and all kind of shit. It's equivalent to that. So who the fuck raised Kanye West, y'all? Just one question. Who raised him? Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, I needed that. I had to scrub my face down, y'all. Y'all see how I was scrubbing my face right now? Y'all be like, girl, you okay? So that's how that goes. It doesn't make sense, right? I'm going to get to the comment section in a minute. Give you a second. My bad, y'all. I try to make time for the show that I can make until I go on my hiatus, because I'm definitely about to hit a hiatus for a little bit. And now, with working out and stuff, I'm putting more time into that. So, y'all need to understand, man. All right, hold on. Let me check my fucking battery life. I'm wilding. All right, let's get to this comment section. Whew. I can't wait to take my shake. All righty. See, there we go. The stage and lyrics are bizarre. Do you think it would have been better not to discuss it? I mean, manager for the private world. Okay, no, it's fine. Hold on. You sound cut out off. Okay. I'm distasteful of blind item sites as well. Could be limited hangouts. I wanted to ask you what you meant by that. I think Diddy was a high-level manager, and what he may walk due to associated with elites. I agree. I mean, manager for other stuff, if you know what I mean. Absolutely. I know exactly what you were talking about. He's associated with Depp, and we see what happened with Depp and nephew rumors this week. Johnny Depp, you talking about? I mean, manager for the private world, not what they tell us in public. Yeah, he may have been the management of the trafficking, and I get what you're saying, but he's still a pawn in the game. He's still being used. Actually, shit, I can't even say pawn, because the pawns, if you notice principles of playing chess, you never play your pawns first. Yeah, you never play your pawns first. People who will profit from the condition of the community. Yes, they do. Do you think it would have been better not to discuss it? Kanye acts like an actor. He does. The stage and lyrics are bizarre. Absolutely. Isaiah Washington was saying similar things, getting paid by the conservative, etc. I think people can turn against parents' influence. I've seen it unfortunate when the mind isn't well or they take the absent parent side. Yes, Johnny Depp. Okay, I got you. You said a lot there, but let me touch on this one right here. Could you please explain yourself? A blind item site. So you talking about people who don't show their face, or what you talking about? So yeah, explain that, and I get to the comment. Jeez. And so yeah, because you said blind items, and I was like, blind items? You mean people? Okay, hold on. People who write and spill tea anonymously on blind. Oh, how they could be starring people as alternative media does. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for saying that, because that's something else I wanted to talk about. And I'll explain. And I'll explain through my own personal example after I get these socks. 1 second. Okay. Let's use me for an example. Let's use myself as an example. Okay. I said to you that I have family in the industry, right? Okay. So therefore, I'm susceptible to know a lot of industry shit at the family dinner table. Just like I knew Monica and Brandy got into a fight. Or Monica and Brandy really don't like each other behind the scenes by way of my family before it got public. Okay? There you don't know who's anybody's circle. Tretch was dating OJ Simpson's daughter. A lot of people don't know that. I've told people this. And it's OJ Simpson's daughter, who's a dark-skinned girl with very beautiful hair. See what I'm saying? I've never heard of Mormonism being connected to Scientology. That's a new one for me. That's a new one. I've never heard that before. Oh, gosh. I've never heard that before. That's a new one. I'm so tired of this alarm. I'm about to just turn on all alarms. Okay. I'll talk to that one later. I can't talk to nobody right now. I don't want to be interrupted. So this is what I'm trying to say. And there's other things that I could know. So you don't know who these people are. that are writing these things. They could be industry people or their own family members writing this stuff. A Mormon was on here exposing their drug trafficking, said they were washing the money in the church, and his life was ruined for trying to speak out. That's what they all do. That's what they all do. Because you know why? The world is so staged. The world is so staged that it's done in other cultures as well. People, this is what I'm saying. You mean to fucking tell me we learn all about the Moors? For those of us in Black culture, we had to hear about these Moorish motherfuckers forever. And you fucking telling me we have Mormons, right? Now we have Mormons. And the Mormon culture and Black people and Black children in the Mormon cultures, and we learned about the Moors. Do you see how this shit works in this world? Some people are from family members. When you mention community, I thought of child abuse happened everywhere. Yes, from the foster kids. I'm a quote to you what one man said to me who was from New York that had moved to Texas. And I quote, end quote, the biggest kidnappers are CPS. That's what he said. Most of these children come from these type of situations. But remember what I said, they have to make it real with real people in the story. We've been watching reality TV more than we have recognized that we've been watching that shit. I meant Jay Wish when you said that. Yes, it's happening to children who are in the orphanages and the foster care. I bet you the person who created the Mormons was an orphanage kid or from foster care. Who was Chris Stokes again? I can't remember. I can't see his face right now. A lot of them come from foster care, y'all. I've been told this years ago, and it took years from now for me to see that this person was absolutely correct about these people coming from foster care. They come from foster care or homelessness. What's the history of the Mormons? Who started that? Where did they come from? What's the history of the Mormons? Why are they so isolated? Is that not different than the Wabians? Is that not so different than what Nature Boy did? Oh, Raz B. Well, you remember Raz B told his story and everybody clowned him. I wonder how everybody feeling right now. Remember Raz B told his story and everybody clowned him. Y'all remember that? He said, my butt hurt. Y'all laughed at him. Y'all remember doing that to him? I do. I remember when y'all did that to him. I think it was funny. Raz B is on fucking them popular ass Bigo. Okay. Raz B was on that goddamn app. That app will ruin your goddamn life. With that app. Mormon Nation of Islam Scientology front group. I can't remember if Hebrew Israelites are associated as well. The Nation of Islam and Hebrew Israelites are kind of under the same umbrella. The Hebrew Israelites are a jailhouse religion. That's the jailhouse religion. Nation of Islam is, I think Malcolm X started that, right? Girl, don't get me telling you some damn nigga history. I think Malcolm X started the Nation of Islam. Or was it that Muhammad, that skinny guy, Muhammad or some shit, started the Nation of Islam? Yeah, he did speak, and there are videos of Christos recruiting youth on here. Damn. It's so deep, bro. Oh, he was killed by them. Oh, let me tell y'all something else about that Farrakhan. First of all, Farrakhan is not a full black man. Okay. Okay, let's get that out the way. He's not a full black man, if not a black man at all. Farrakhan plays the flute, and he has a white man sitting right next to him playing that flute. Farrakhan is a distraction too. Okay? Was homeless, now misleading black people online and on Fox News. Because Tariq Nasheed is actually very funny, and we heard he was a pimp, so that's street shit. Okay? He's very funny, Tariq Nasheed. We can't deny that shit. I be cracking up. I heard him arguing with somebody, and she was like, you didn't pay me. He was like, who the hell are you? Okay. And he was like, what, where were you at? On the scene or the movie, whatever. She said, I was the slave. Okay. And he was like, oh shit, get out of here. But it was funny. Okay. I think you catching on to what I think you picking up what I'm putting down. Yes, he does. That's what they all do. That's what the woman from Black Lives Matter did. That's why somebody that told me the story about her, I believe that motherfucking story. I believe a lot of those divestors were trolls before they came out here to talk about what they were talking about. They make mockery of the black people's numerology and astrology. They make mockery of tarot readers. They make mockery of Shiraz 7. They make mockery of everything because that's a part of the game. Comedy can be manipulating. We know that comedy and tragedy is one. Comedy can be very dark and conniving. The Nation of Islam spinoffs have been associated with trafficking. All of it is trafficking because all of them come from the foster care system. There's a dark secret because, okay, I got it for you. They say when you're in prison and you get a sexual, let's say you get sexually violated. You know what sexually violated is, right? It's like there's nothing you can do. That's what they say. The warden's not going to help you. The prison guard is not going to help you. There's nothing that you can do, right? So think about people in foster care. Think about the criticism and ridicule that they're up against if they really told everybody the truth about what it is to be an orphan kid or a foster care kid. Think about the ridicule that they would get once they've been groomed, what they're told to do when they go into people's home and how they're sent out for people and all this. They told people this. People will still turn on them. So they're not going to tell, because I even listened to a little bit that's being told, and I can tell that some people don't even believe what they're saying because it's so unbelievable for their brain to comprehend that it can be real. Internet cults are real, girl. They are coups to take over organic thought movements, etc. Oh, yeah. We're not getting into the internet cults. That's funny. But most internet cults were regular cults before they got on the internet. So they can't tell. They're stuck. It's a secret society, world within its world. It's like people from the streets. You can't tell. Those of us who have experienced the streets, there's so much we cannot tell people because people will get offended. It's like when that chick came here and she referred to the girl that Polite did what he did to. She referred to her as damaged goods, and the chat room went crazy. But that's how people in the streets talk. You see? People couldn't even handle hearing her talk like that. That's a great example right there to why people from the streets or people from certain lifestyles do not talk at all or even express themselves anything, because that's the kind of response that they're going to get from other people, and that's not something that they per se want to deal with. Okay? Ooh, worms. Okay? Also, understand that we live in a very wicked world. That motherfucking cold. We live in a cold world. And I don't think some of y'all are ready to face that reality. One second, y'all. Bella. So we live in a cold world, people. And in this cold world that we're in, people selling their own children. Okay? Yes. Yep. People are selling their own children. People on the foster care to sell children, because the foster care system has always been a sex trafficking system, a sexual exploitation system. Why are your celebrities adopting all these children? Because they too have been adopted. And they know the system. And they know how it works. Don't you ever believe that these people that sign these children off to certain people, don't you think that they don't know what's going on? Naziah Harris case, CPS had reports of what this girl said was happening to her, and nobody did nothing. because there's something karmic about being an orphan or a foster care kid in this life. There's something karmic about that. And I believe, and I'm going to take this to another twist, I believe if we knew that if you come into this life as an orphan or a foster care child, that in your past life, you did something deplorable. And that's what I think is going on here. But also, we live in a patriarchy. And so therefore, there's no parents to protect these children, so they become accessible to the abuse. And you have no family, you have nobody, you're more accessible to be abused, raped, humiliated, dragged, hurt. In this world, if people think you don't have no family, they mistreat you. As opposed to people know you have family. If they know you don't have no family that's there for you, they're going to mistreat you. That's life. That's what the fuck this world is. Okay? You've seen it, right? I've experienced it. And all of this stuff. Because people are evil. Because people are evil. What do you mean why are they so evil? We live in a patriarch. They're evil. The problem is y'all don't want to believe it. What y'all call evil is not even evil. Who y'all call demon and devils is not even demon and devils. Y'all have no fucking clue. And that's why everyone is just laughed at in this world. Y'all need to look at something deep. People who do the most obscene shit, how do they get away with it? The biggest manipulators in this world, how are they so good at getting away with it? Because they got people to get away with it with. They're not alone in what they're doing. And that's what everybody fails to realize. They're not alone in it. Because we have to look at why is there so many children in the orphanages and in foster care in this world? We need to start asking those bigger questions. Foster care should be a very small thing in this world. Like one place in America keeps foster kids. No more than 50 children. And people are more open to adopt those children. I guarantee you we wouldn't have what we had. Why do we have so many children thrown away? That's the real fucking question. Who's throwing these children away? What is their nationality? Where is their families coming from? Where are these children coming from in these foster care systems? Some of these children are taken away from their families because the families done did deplorable shit to the kids. Why is no one talking about that? If I foster or adopt one day, I'm sad to see what has been happening. We are overrepresented and represented in foster. Yes. I have met people in Minnesota who are foster care kids, and I have watched their lives, and I have watched what they go through energetically. I have watched how they cannot connect with Black culture, how they have white adopted parents, Caucasian adopted parents. I've watched what their lives unfold to be. I watch it. And I'm here to fucking tell you that their lives are pretty messed up. Pretty messed up. Internally, pretty messed up. And this is why this is why I can identify what I've been identifying with the Kanye West and the Jay-Z's and the Diddy's and these different people. Diddy has a mama. Diddy mama has been to my aunt's house. Diddy and Biggie has been to a party at my aunt's house. I looked out the window and I saw the both of them. Diddy mama was very shady and disrespectful to my auntie, said, "Oh, Marietta, you have a nice, pretty little house." And I keep telling y'all all the time, my mother told her one day I'm going to call her while I'm at work and be like, "Tell Miss Cat what Diddy mama say about auntie house." So she can hear everything that woman did. Short, dark-skinned lady. Diddy is a very big incel, y'all. Diddy hates black community. He's Dominican. He's a dark-skinned Dominican. He hates the black community. Exactly. I see the emoji. Diddy could give a fuck about black people or the black community. Okay? He could give a fuck about the black community. Beyonce could give a fuck. Isn't she supposed to be Creole? All of these people don't give a fuck about nothing with the black community. You know why? Because the black community has betrayed them, or they never have been a part of the black community. Oh, that's so sad what happened to Kim. I believe they killed her. I believe Kim was killed. That's Diddy. Ugh. I hate thinking about that shit. I feel it in my spirit. They killed her. She was murdered. One thing I realized is for those on the outside that is with the pretender of the world stage, for example, there's a scene where we know there's a scene where they show that Truman started to wake up to what's around him. Truman was actually a representative of us, okay? It's a double entendre. And there's a scene, it's a spoiler alert, by the way. There's a scene, I'm still going to be transparent, where when he confronted the wife about what he confronted her with to tell her, you know, you really hate me. You don't love me, right? Like you're pretending, you're a whole act. She flipped out and she tried to kill him. Remember that scene? I believe that's what happens with people who are in the relationship with the actor on the world stage, that as soon as they realize that this actor that they thought was the real person that they was with, which could possibly be true, that they may know the real person, that they still was with someone who was not who they say they were. And that's what I really believe. Believe that Floyd killed his child's mother around the same time. I believe a lot of these people are getting murdered. I believe these people are getting murdered. These are not, they died in their sleep, they sick, they this. No. These people are getting murdered. It's that deep. I'm serious, y'all. Thank you for this conversation too, The Cure. Yeah, I forgot about Floyd. He's another stage one too, y'all. It's funny you mentioned him. He's another one that's staged on the world stage as well. You ever notice how they always sell you this story that these people can't read and write. They always tell you this story, like to tell you these people don't have the brain capacity. So if these people don't have the brain capacity, then who has the brain? Who's the puppet master of R. Kelly? Who's the puppet master of Floyd? Was saying Depp's business partner was murdered by him too, went missing when it was time to testify. They say sports is controlled the same was boxing. Mike Tyson said it was like politics. Yes, he did say that. Mike Tyson, he has woken up, but I still don't think Mike Tyson will ever tell. Yeah, he has woken up, but I don't think Mike Tyson will ever tell. The gangs, the sports, entertainment, military, industrial complex. When these people are told that they blowed $1 million and shit like that, I don't believe that's what the case is. I think they want out. I think they want out of the deal, and then they say, well, this person blew all this money. I don't believe it. Even the names that these people have are all very Masonic Eastern Star names. But you have to know about this stuff to understand what's going on here. I'm still, as the writer, putting together what is this ritual and why do they have to keep doing these rituals? And significantly, why are Black people the target? Everybody's a target, but Black people become the biggest target. Why do Black children become the biggest target? See, we have to understand something too. I'm going to get a little dark here. All right. I'm still Team Robin Givens, the original. Yeah. These women do be getting abused, though, unfortunately. Kanye's mom is the sorority. I think some of these people are from Foster. However, some have backgrounds. Yes, they do. They do. But when you really look at their backgrounds, I ask you to do this before I get to the next part where I'm going to get darker. When you have someone like Kim Fields, who has a real family, you see their family, and they all look alike, and they all look beautiful, and they smile. It's like one picture of Kim Fields and her family, and you never seen that picture again. That picture was back in 1994, 95. That's when Kim Fields was a little bit big in the Black community with acting and performing, right? I'm sure you remember Kim Fields. You have people like 21 Savage that shows a picture of his mom, and you can see he looks like mom and smiling and stuff like that. But when you have all these other artists, either you don't see pictures of their family, or if you do see so-called pictures of their family, they don't look alike. Okay, and when you look at these stories of these backgrounds that people have, because it doesn't mean they don't have parents. I'm not saying that. You can still be an orphan and still be in foster care. You can still have a parent. You can still be abandoned and still have a grandmother, a grandpa, somebody that raised you, but doesn't mean you wasn't abandoned. You can still have you can have something. But when you pay attention to it, like with Britney Spears, those ain't her real parents. That midget guy, that wasn't his real parents. All them Disney kids, Justin Timberlake, those ain't their real parents. You see what I'm saying? But let me go a little darker here. Some of these people said Diddy was abused young. That's obvious. He's Dominican and he's dark skinned. He's Dominican and he's dark skinned. I know he was very abused as a kid. All right. Black people come from slavery, from the Americans to the Caribbeans, and expanded outward, South American, and all these places. Black people have come from slavery. We still do not really know the capacity of what was happening to us. No matter how much they put Roots on TV, interesting is called Roots. It still does not really tell what the fuck really happened to us. on that slave field. That is one of the biggest things that we want to learn and know is what the fuck happened to us out there? What the fuck happened to our ancestors out there? You think there wasn't sex trafficking of children then? You think there wasn't a major sex trafficking of Black children even then? Do you remember what I said about Karen being the one who owned the slave field too? There's a book called She Was Their Property, and it talked about the Caucasian woman who owned Black slaves and what she did. So what do you think about the sex trafficking of children? You don't think that they had sex trafficking our ancestors? Exactly. Thank you. But why is this Diddy and Jay-Z, why are these Black males the forefront? Because more than likely, the Black males were the ones helping them capture or helping them sex traffic these children, or was the ones that was fucking these children. Now, in those times, can we fault the Black male for doing that? I mean, he was a slave. He had to do what he was told. You see how deep this shit goes, even when you talk about divestment? And this is why divestors do not want to talk about slavery. Because now she has to psychologically talk about what is your relationship with the slave male master versus your relationship with the white woman slave master. I think that everybody's a slave to this world. I think we're all slaves to this world in more ways than we want to recognize it. But I also feel like you can free yourself and free your mind. I think there's some of us that we are not so much as slaves, but we know how to play the part. We are the adepts that know how to adapt. That's what I say. We're the adepts that know how to adapt because we're so aware of what this world is and people. That's what I do say. Listen, I hear that story all the time. Every group has sold their own, but no one has had the most horrific slave story than Black people. You can't deny that. No one has the most psychological slave story than Black. You understand? My bad. I had to go do something. I can't put the shirt on now. I can't find the right kind of clothes to put under this shirt. It's crazy. I'm probably have to rock this shirt. So, like I said, hold on, let me get to these comments. I'm appreciating this combo. Every group has yeah. Well, everybody, I hear the land and resource conversation so much, y'all. And I'm not knocking it. I'm not going to sit here and be ignorant and knock the land and resource conversation. Okay, but I think it's darker than that. I think it's darker than that. Because when you have a group of women telling a group of women from their culture, you need to leave not only the Black male, but then they also shun you and they're mean girl towards you while cloaking it in we love Black women, we care about Black women, while also wanting Black women to never birth children or Black children with the Black male or anything that is Hispanic or Latino, anything that's considered a nigger. And when you're advocating for the Black woman to only birth children with a non-Black male, when you're doing zaddy white dick worshiping, and I'm gonna get to your comments in a second, when you're doing, I think you feel what I'm saying. When you're doing that, but then you're also taking away people's spirituality, spiritual practices, judging by sexuality, because all of these things connects back to the Black male. You're stripping, you're different than what the slave master did. You're stripping people from everything that they are, so much that you're saying the N-word with the hard R. You're saying coons and monkeys and apes. No different than the racists that burnt down Black people's houses and caught the cross on fire. And you mean to tell me you're not a divester that could possibly have been adopted? You want to tell me that you're a divester that you may not have been an orphan or into foster care? Because surely if you had a Black experience, no matter how angry you are, you still have a sense of history and all of this type of shit. And you said Bill Gates is doing what he's doing. There's something darker going on out here. There's something way darker going on out here. Because at the end of the day, we don't know what these divestors look like. If not most of them. I think one of them shows their face. But some of them do show their face. But come on, some of them you'd be like, I don't know. Becoming clear. It's bizarre. I like when you say that. It's becoming clear the manosphere was a setup internet cult. I think there's stuff like that promoted to some women as well. The manosphere comes from the party line. Men from that party line were always talking about women like this, especially Black women. You are right. I know what you meant. Clear. I know what you meant. It's bizarre. I like when you say that. It's bizarre. I don't want to be colonized. Hey, colonizers. that lives rent free in my motherfucking head. I don't want to be colonized, and these women online, along with Black men, change me from feeling safe to interracially date. It's embarrassing. Shouldn't interracially dating be something natural that you do? Shouldn't it happen when you're just out and about being yourself, living your life, and then you just happen to be with someone that's of another race? Should you just be purposely like, I don't fuck with that, I don't fuck with that, like, shouldn't that come natural? These women come from the South. These women come from areas that are Black and white. They don't come from culture areas. They're not even welcome to other culture. We don't know what or where these agents came from. I think she is mixed. Some mixed are like that. We have a very racist one that married, now divorced from our family. Oh, you had somebody that was mixed, now divorced from our family. You mean the Black manosphere? Yes, I mean the white one. They created a base for the right-wing Trump, etc., along with fake alternative media. It took decades of grooming for people to buy into them. Yes. And that started from the beginning of YouTube, from them people from the party line. It's been these people from the goddamn party line. And I had told y'all the whole story. I need to go back and find that show and maybe tell that story again in a more organized way. I need to probably turn that shit into a whole video for you to understand. You mean the Black manosphere? Oh, there's a powdered, dusty white guy. Literally a channel. He talks about religion. He debates stuff. beyond Blog Talk, Talk Shoe, Blog Talk, YouTube. Yes, very culturally engineering. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Black manosphere has been here, y'all. On a party line. If you knew how much they was with underage women who ran away, if they had how they disrespected women they had children with, women that they would have meet just to abuse, the women hate is deep on that party line. That was the first manosphere. A lot of people don't talk about the party line. It's a very secret life. I remember I was talking to somebody about the party line. They had no clue what I was talking about. I say, yeah, because you had a decent childhood. If you don't know nothing about that party line. Oh, a lot of people died. A lot of people got murdered off of YouTube. A lot of people got murdered off of YouTube. A lot of people got the party line too. A lot of people from YouTube were for the party line that got murdered. They don't want to tell you that. People from YouTube that got murdered were from the party line. It was a guy who he was under Secret Service and he did a YouTube video. It was another guy from the party line that showed off his sneakers and all this stuff he had. Ended up he got killed. There's a white one though, and these two groups merge. However, the white one don't respect Black women. That's because Black men gave them the door to open the door to do that. Remember that women that Sergeant Willie Pete followed killed. Remember that woman that Sergeant Willie Pete followed? Oh, you taking me way back. Remember that woman Sergeant Willie Pete followed killed. Damn, you got me going way back in my memory. I got real stuck. I was like, wait, the woman that Sergeant Willie Pete killed. Damn, you taking me back. I don't know. SWP needs to be. Is he still around? Hell fucking nah. That nigga still around. I know bitches that met him and fucked him. They say he good looking. I heard Sergeant Willie Pete is not a bad looking dude. His follower murdered that lady. Wasn't her name Asia McGuire? Oh, girl, you got me. You got me going way back in my memory now. Yeah, all of that stuff come from party line men. I'm telling you, bro, like, when you really look at all of these things that's going on out here, it's not an accident, y'all. It's really not an accident. It's really not, it's people that the world stage set them up to be here. You get what I'm saying? The world stage set them up to do what it is that they do. That's what the world stage does. Listen to me. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. The Cure. You got me over here thinking hard, bro. No, bro, but sis, you got me thinking hard right now. I'm talking about that ass thinking real hard about what you talking about. Like, let me tell y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Black women who met him. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm gonna tell you the black woman that met that nigga. First of all, she's a Cancer. And then I think a June Cancer. And then I'm gonna tell you who she is. She fucked around. I was doing so good. She fucked around and she talked about many different things. Okay? I can't remember her topic. Then she turned around and they found her on tape. I used to talk to her offline. That's how I know. I forgot her name. And I think she used to go back and forth with him too. She moved to Florida. She was in New York. That damn Caribbean nigga ran her out. Because these women, y'all get fooled by them fucking abusive bastards. And then from that, Caribbean nigga moved her out. And she went to Florida and she ended up got caught on camera playing with her pussy and grabbing dicks. Sound familiar? But that name Asia sound familiar, girl. I can't remember this girl name. Study McKenzie. Cause of death, shot to death by Anthony Powell. Okay. Anthony Powell, who's Anthony Powell? Enemies, Anthony Powell, occupation, college student. Let's see who this is. Let me see what this Anthony Powell looks like. Is that who you talk about? I'll get back in the room in a minute. I don't know. This took me to somebody who's famous. Let me get back to you. Girl, don't go on that rabbit hole. Had Tommy Likas, similar Mansfield vibe decades ago. I remember Tommy Likas. We get fake real world news. I know what you mean. It was Sansaray. It wasn't Sansaray. No, baby. No, it was not Sansaray. This was before Sansaray. Oh, baby. This was before Sansaray. I think it would have been a black woman, maybe a multiracial. From what he described, he talks to black people and sleep white. Sergeant Willie Pete is light skinned. She told me what he looked like. She said he light skinned and he's a good looking man. She herself was a dark skinned woman. She's brown, but she's in the quarter of a dark brown woman. I can't remember her name. I have to find an old friend to remember this bitch name. We talked on the phone with her together. Because she was dealing with this Virgo guy and he disappeared. He ghosted her before we knew what that was. And we was trying to tell him he got a wife somewhere. No, this was a black woman that I'm talking about, that she got caught on camera with touching dicks and playing with her pussy. No, not Captain, not that motherfucker. It was Sergeant Willie Pete that she met. She met Sergeant Willie Pete and fucked him. I remember Captain Solo. Remember all these people before Tommy Sotomayor. All these people before Tommy Sotomayor. Remember Tommy Sotomayor? Tommy Sotomayor. I believe he was stage 2 for the world. Him and Sonetta were both staged. Mm-hmm. He said he's not dark skinned. She said he's not dark skinned. And if you see her complexion, you can tell that she will go crazy over him. He's light skinned. That's what she said. Mm-hmm. Oh, most internet dudes are pedophiles. Majority of them. I've been telling people that. Girl, back in the day, I'm telling you, she told me she had sex with him and she said he was light skinned. I know, I remember. I would never. Sergeant Willie Pete is light skinned. Captain Solo, I don't know what I remember all these niggas. I don't Captain Solo. I don't know nobody who met him. These people lying. It was Sergeant Willie Pete that she met. I'm telling you, I will never forget that. It was a woman that came. Women tell me secrets, y'all. There's a lot of women that fuck these niggas. And I know in the background. I'm about to get ready to bounce, though. That I know in the background that fuck these niggas, man. Don't be fooled. That's why these dudes be disrespecting these women like this. Because they do dumb shit like that. Why would you go and fuck a Sergeant Willie Pete? Why would you do that? Why? Why would you go and fuck Sergeant Willie Pete? Why would you do that? And these bitches do it. I don't even feel bad. Okay, even if a bitch fuck like what's that nigga name with the green? Always yelling. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He did the debate. Now, I can understand him getting fucked. He ain't that bad. He don't be dragging women. He be flirting. The short, light-skinned nigga from Detroit somewhere. You know who I'm talking about. I can't remember his name. He hates black women. Girl, I know I need to be in the DM, etc. Some that was too deep for you to not say. Now, it's cool. I know a lot of shit. I knew about that dude that had the relationship with the teenage, his girlfriend's daughter. His girlfriend's daughter was in love with him, and it came out. I told it on the Divested show. I couldn't remember his name. I said that dude with the ponytail. And the problem with when you know shit, people begin to look at you sideways like, how do you know? And I tell people, my ears stay to the street. People tell me shit. People tell me shit. And the thing is, when you begin to tell these things, nobody wants to trust you anymore. That's why we don't talk. Do you get my point? Mm-hmm. Here's the thing about Polite. He didn't do it alone. He didn't do that shit alone. And he too was a foster care. He still was an orphan kid in a Catholic school, straight out the horse's mouth. To talk to the right people who are curious, investigate is what I found. It's sad I talk to people who investigate stuff. See? Yeah. Not easy to talk about certain things. I don't really want to talk about Diddy's mother being at my aunt's house. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about the fact that I seen Diddy and Biggie at my aunt's house. Like, I looked out the window and I saw both of them. And I saw Diddy up close. I don't even want to tell nobody that. I don't want to tell nobody I got family in the music industry. No. I never was under no mind control black assassin. It's deeper when it's personal. Just send me a DM. Girl, why don't you ever send me a DM? Control black assassin. I kind of felt like I knew what you was talking about when you said it. I have to think about it deeply. I got a little street in me, y'all. Just a little. I've been burned on YouTube. Plus, I only have my phone these days. I got you. I've been burned too. But you got to understand, the people who have burned me were people who are part of this distraction in the world stage. I kept wondering why. I had buried a Minty for a while. Remember? I just resurrected her this year. All right, y'all. I got to bounce. It was great talking to y'all.